Where's my camera, Mr. DeMille?
I can't tell, they all look alike. Hello, everyone, and welcome to our, we'll call it a marathon show. It's not the full marathon we normally do, the 12 hours, because this has been kind of a busy week. But we are so thrilled to finally be here at the Diz Family Reunion, the first one that's been done, and I can't thank you guys enough for coming out. You know, after, we're on like year 7 of this. After this past year and a half, it wasn't, and I'm going to warn everyone. I'm in a space today. I'm very emotional. Okay. So this, God only knows where it's going to go.
Oh, guys, don't do it.
Oh, you.
I'm not even
You want to see Teresa Cray?
Oh, stop! I'm gonna look at you.
You know, after everything we've all been through, being here these last few days, seeing friends old and new, has filled me with such gratitude. We've raised, in the last few days, just about $200,000. And the room that we're sitting in is the auction room here at the Contemporary. And we are surrounded by some of the most amazing items I've seen in any of the auctions we have done at all. Some fantastic, and throughout the day, I'll be highlighting some different items, not the ones I'm bidding on, because there's a couple of you that need to get slapped. But we are now, in total, since we began our efforts to raise money for Give Kids the World, we are now over $1.2 million raised. And it is the power of an incredible community that has kind of organically come together around the site and the show, and you braved a lot to be here. I know that we all did. You know, this was a tough decision for a lot of us. You know, and you came, and let's not go another moment further. I don't have my glasses on. I'm assuming that's him over there.
Yes.
Let us not go a moment further without recognizing, celebrating the incredible job that Stephen Amos from Give Kids the World has done. Sorry, did you just flip somebody off?
I think you did.
Craig, you stand.
Again, I don't have my glasses on. I just saw the finger. I'm like, really? Oh God.
I mean,
I thought it was getting
wow,
a
this
little
is getting very ugly. And Stephen, of course, spearheaded this, but his team.
Oh wow.
Oh my God, his team. This is a tough event to put on under optimal circumstances. But I think we all know we're not in optimal circumstances right now. And the work of the volunteers that have helped bring this together and put on an amazing, don't get angry. The best event I've ever been a part of.
Wow.
The best part of this event is people have been thanking me,
Right.
Right?
and I haven't been contradicting you.
Okay, so you see, for me, it's a little different, because normally at our events they're thanking me. I'm like, no, you need to thank John.
No, Stephen.
And they're thanking me for this one. I'm like, oh hell no, you got to thank him. All we did was show up. All we did was say yes and show up. They did everything, folks. Every dime, every bit of effort, everything you have seen here, every act, every celebrity, every vendor, every auction item, every single thing done by Stephen and his team. Absolutely extraordinary.
He's blushing.
And I don't want to be premature in saying this, but I don't think this is the last one of these we're going to do. Hopefully.
Now you see no one up here clapped.
No,
Do I have to do it, or is he going to do it?
No, he's gonna blow you the finger.
That's fine.
No, this really has been tremendous. Has been absolutely tremendous. Now, I've kind of gone back and forth about how I wanted to approach this next 6 hours, and it started out me doing what I usually do, which is where I'm breaking down the times and who's on and what we're doing and what we're talking about. And a month or so ago on the show, I said that, you know what, I wanted to get away from that. I wanted it to be more organic. So we started doing the Tuesday show by bringing everybody in. So what do you want to talk about? And I think there's been some fantastic shows that have come out of that, and there's a whole different dynamic coming out of that I really enjoy. And I've been getting a lot of feedback from folks that they really enjoyed it. So I've decided to kick that up a notch. I got all you guys here. And this is a unique opportunity for us to have a conversation with you. So now we do have things. We have some incredible guests joining us today. Tony Baxter and Jason Sorrell are going to be joining us up here a little later on. John Morris, Jody Benson will be joining us, and a man who just absolutely blew my mind with his generosity and his genuine personality, and how great he was with my mom at lunch. Pat Sajak is going to be joining us at 2 o'clock. And we had a wonderful lunch that raised $20,000.
Wow.
$20,000. 19 of that was for me, 1 was for Pat, but but it's the generosity, the kindness of this audience, of this community, that makes this possible. And when you're working with an organization like Give Kids the World, where one of the best run, if not the best run charity in the United States, 5 cents of every dollar is to pay salaries and administrative costs. 95 cents of every dollar raised goes directly to the mission. You don't hear that a lot. Yeah, no, come on. You hear stories all the time about charities that raise tons and tons of money, and 80% of it goes to executive salaries. Not the case with Give Kids the World. That's why I can approach this with such passion, because I know it's not just genuine on our part, it's genuine on theirs. They're in this for the mission. They're not in this for the money. And they show that every day, and that is a real testament to the leadership of Pam Landworth. She's not like anyone I've ever met. and I understand I wasn't in there, but Stephen described it. Her kickoff the other day is Pam went full nuclear.
Oh.
And had everyone in tears. And I'll tell you, she should probably negotiate Middle East peace. So it's really fantastic. Do we have an update, Stephen, on the?
I think
Am
it's
I the
unfair
high
though,
bidder on
Pete.
my item, Stephen?
Does when she speaks, Pamela Landward, does she ever put like boxes of tissue out in the crowd? Because I see so many people like wiping their hand, like wiping their shirt, with their so many people crying. It's like I could have told you were gonna cry.
It's so
you
touching,
should have
though.
brought something.
But you
Yeah,
can't. You try to plan for
always.
something like that, but
Always.
she pulls
And
you
there's
down.
always a new story. I mean,
Well, everybody's on the same Wi-Fi as me. Hang on 1 second.
Not so well run now, is it?
Wow. Wow. Bitter, party of one, bitter.
I know. I thank you, Teresa.
$145,000 raised on this auction so far.
Awesome.
And just a reminder to those watching, this auction is running till 6 p.m. Correct, Stephen?
6 p.m. Yep, and the chance win will go through tomorrow.
Okay. The chance.
The Adventures by Disney and the sailings can go through tomorrow through Star Wars.
Okay. So, the auction itself will end at 6 p.m. this evening. gktw.org/DizFamAuction is how you can bid on some of these incredible items. This will be going on until 6 o'clock. The raffle for the incredibly generous donation by Sean Falk of the Adventures by Disney backstage magic trip, and the two chances now to win a veranda stateroom on our podcast cruise next May 16th through the 20th. Will run through the party tomorrow night.
Yes, start of the party. Yep.
At the start of the party tomorrow night. And we're not ready to make any announcements about what's going to happen on the podcast cruise. You're going to want to be there.
Right.
You're going to want to be there. First of all, it's been a while since we've done it on Disney.
Yeah, someone said 5 years now.
It has been. It's been 5 years.
And so we're really excited to do that, but we've got some things in the works.
We do. Can I share a little bit of how the sausage is made with this cruise?
It depends on what sausage you're talking
It's
about.
just that they're just launching the product, and that cruises have just started again, so they're not even sure what they can do for us. So we kind of went in with them saying, listen, give us this many staterooms and we'll figure it out as we go along. So we're trying to get commitments as to, spaces we can use and things we can do, but we'll get them there. Just a matter of moving them slowly.
This is definitely a different approach. This is the freestyle approach to podcast cruises. But you know what?
T. Eccles at dreamsunlimitedtravel.com.
We have started.
Or your agent.
Or your Dreams Unlimited travel agent. We've started taking bookings.
Yeah, absolutely.
They
Yep.
started doing that, didn't tell me.
Yeah.
No idea.
How many of you have booked so far?
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
That was going to be more impressive, you thought, right?
Yeah.
He's like,
Right.
but all the hands are going to.
It's
like two hands went up.
Behind them didn't raise their hand.
Well, they've been busy. It's been a busy couple of days.
There's some who have done it. Sorry, just
Well,
saying. Some people took the time.
Wow.
We have a lot of staterooms, so it's not
Yeah.
an emergency. You don't have to run out and do it, but we will let you know that some categories will sell out. So if you're stuck on getting, I think it's 7s are sold out, Teresa.
7s weren't guaranteed
Yeah.
every
Category
other
7s.
week. Yeah.
Yeah. I was kind of impressed with the pricing.
I think the pricing
I
is
thought
good.
the pricing was really good.
And I would say don't get stuck on a particular category because you're on the ship, right?
What the hell's ringing on you?
I don't know. Was that me?
She goes right for her ass.
One of the
'Cause
chickens are
apparently
producing.
That's what rings.
It's Mary Jo. Where
Okay,
is
you
she?
just said to silence your damn
Okay,
phone.
it was silence.
Apparently it wasn't.
Is Mary Jo in the room calling you?
Yeah, is Mary Jo in the room?
Yeah, Mary Jo's here. What the?
Why are you texting me?
Mary Jo, can you stand up? Never mind,
No,
she's
she
standing
is
up.
Standing up.
She is standing up. Mary Jo, can you stand on the chair?
I'm just
Mean.
What the
Just
F?
mean.
And
I just wanted to send you a message. I didn't know.
make the
Do
show.
you see where I am?
Who else wants to make the show? I
hey,
have-
short attention span theater. Knock it off. I just wanted to give an update too about Fiasco and Nancy Johnson. Nancy Johnson is home from the hospital.
Yay.
Thank God. I'm sorry?
She's watching you right now.
Oh, is she? Hey, Nancy.
Oh, Nancy.
And Mary Jo and I were getting a lot of text messages while Nancy was in the hospital, and some of them were interesting.
Did you FaceTime her at all?
And no, I didn't.
Oh, Lord.
But I decided that I wanted to start a Twitter account called Morphine Nancy and take these texts and just post them. But she's doing great. She's home. We're really, our prayers were answered. And as far as a Fiasco goes, he's still on the mend. He's home. He's still on the mend. This has been a really challenging circumstance for him, but he wanted to be here this weekend, and I told him once I looked at him, I'm like, absolutely not, absolutely not. You need to rest.
Kathleen.
I need you to get better.
While
but-
he's been under the influence of meds, I've been trying to convince him to change his name. It's not working.
Yeah.
So, and I just want to say, his hospital bill for this was extraordinary. The VA picked up the whole thing.
Wow.
As it should be. As it should be, because the last thing you want to worry about after something awful like that. They're still not entirely sure what happened with him, but it really is. The last thing you want to worry about is how am I going to pay that hotel bill? Yeah. You get an idea what my hotel bills get like sometimes. How am I going to pay that
What
hospital bill?
happens in your hotel room? Is it a little this and a little this? Is that what happens in your hotel?
You do what you got to do to get through
right.
the week. So I'm very glad everyone's home and on the mend.
Yes.
Can we mention Kathleen real quick?
Sure.
Give an update on Kathleen.
Kathleen is doing better. She's at home with her daughter at the moment.
That's John's assistant, if you don't know.
Oh, yeah. Did y'all know the story? We've talked about her. Kathleen became very ill very quickly. And for the first 10 days, it was a foregone conclusion that she wasn't going to make it.
Yeah.
And miraculously, she decided that wasn't true. She's living with her daughter, and the doctor has told her not to drive. You all can figure out the rest of the story. They can't keep Black Kathleen in the house. But she is doing better and feeling herself, and she's thinking about going back to her home pretty soon.
Good.
Yeah.
Yeah, great.
So we've gone through all the illnesses. Well,
Yeah.
yeah.
Exactly.
And so, what do you want to talk about?
We were going to let them pick the topics.
Well, okay. Somebody, what do you want to hear?
Who's got a burning question? We did a couple questions while you were away.
Well, you see, you used it all up.
Yep, we did. One of the questions someone asked was,
Right up here.
Hi.
"Hi."
You can see it left over an impression.
Exactly. You two.
You too. I met you two earlier.
I'm done with you two.
Anyway, I accidentally discovered you guys 3.5 years ago, and since then I've not missed a show, any of that. You guys are wonderful and entertaining. It's great. My question is, I know you guys have done it for more than 3.5 years, obviously, but what is the best and worst part of doing these shows?
Okay, so for folks at home, the question is, this gentleman found, what's your name, by the way?
Shane.
Shane found us 3.5 years ago, and has been watching and is asking what the best and worst parts of doing the shows are. I'll go first. The worst part of doing the show, which kind of led to my decision to kind of change things, how we approach it, are on the weeks, and sometimes there are several in a row, where there isn't much like news to talk about. There isn't much substance there to talk about, and you feel like you're trying to invent stuff, so that got old. That's why I figured, you know what, let's kind of change it, so we're not like trying to search for news, but that we're just talking about whatever matters to us in the moment. The best part of doing the shows, right here. Honestly, I'm not going for a cheap clap here. Okay, is there like an auction going on outside? We told people to shut off the cell phones. Like, well, shut off them. But it really is true. The last couple days walking around, talking to folks. Some of you I've met before. Some of you I'm meeting for the first time. I never walk away from one of these events without new people coming into my life.
Oh gosh, same.
And a lot of times, really good friends. They become really, really good friends. Got quite a few of them in the room right now. I can talk to you about business. I can talk to you about, you know, how we have to run this in order to sustain it and all that stuff. I can't put a price on that. I can't put a tangible value on that because it defies that. So for me personally, these experiences,
Pete, I think when I realized that we had, I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm just giving you a chance. I realized when people started listening before we went video, walking through Epcot, right next to Spaceship Earth. Kevin calls it the largest hill in Florida. And I remember talking to Julie, and somebody stopped me. And they're like, "Are you Corey from the podcast? I recognize your voice." We hadn't gone video, and I have.
Hold on, we have breaking news here.
Okay.
I just asked Teresa for tissues. She doesn't have any.
I do.
Use your mask.
There's a mask I haven't used.
Yeah.
Wipe your eyes with it. It's pink. It matches your shirt.
It's a battle of the purses.
What is
Who's got
this?
Tissues first.
I'm sorry.
Oh, no, it's all right. I was giving you a chance to catch up. But
Made fun of for my Mary Poppins bag.
You know, when people start recognizing your voice inside of like a queue, you realize you have to watch what you say.
That happened to us in the world of Disney.
Yeah.
People came from across the store. I heard you talking, and your first reaction is, "Holy moly, I'm going home."
Well, please.
Julie was pregnant. We were walking around the World Showcase, and the women's bathroom was long. So I said, "Close your eyes. I'm bringing in the men's." And about a week later, we get an email coming to the podcast account. I saw Corey sneak Julie into
I think the men's rooms you go into are more interesting than the ones I do.
Right.
Kind of close your eyes.
But the fact that we were spotted, nobody said anything. You know, "Hi, Corey." So you have to watch, watch how you beat your kids.
Very first podcast cruise, I was in our stateroom screaming at my daughter to get her act together and get ready, and I stepped out into the hallway, and there was a crowd of people, well, 5 or 6 people with their mouths open, like, "We thought it was you." I'm like, "Ugh."
We were at Candlelight Processional one night, and it was John and I and my mom and dad, and my mom was in a wheelchair. And the cast member did not understand that the 4 of us wanted to sit together. There were only 2 seats in the handicapped row, and what we were trying to explain was we don't have to sit there.
Right.
But we want to sit together. And this got louder and louder and louder. This was Christmas Eve, by the way. And finally, this woman says, "Are you Kevin from the podcast?" As I'm screaming at the cast member.
Right.
See, I thought when we went to a mask-wearing society that I wouldn't be recognized as much. No.
No, you are.
No. Apparently, and I thought not only did we go to wearing masks, but I gained like 700 pounds, and I figured, oh no, they're not gonna. Oh no, they know. Which is, somebody asked me once if that got old, getting stopped, and I said, are you kidding me?
No, it never gets old.
No,
Never.
I'd rather
Who the hell
know.
wouldn't want that? Who the hell wouldn't want somebody coming up saying, I really love the work you do?
I was
mean-
stalked in Publix one time. That was a little creepy.
Yeah, but that wasn't a listener.
No, it was. It took him. It took him 4 aisles to finally come up and talk to me.
We've got hand signals.
What? I
Check
don't-
your phone.
Oh.
What's happening?
I don't know. Is it a technical
Mary
issue?
Jo, are you at it again?
Mary Jo.
Okay. We need to clear a spot because somebody more important than you people.
You're all
is
pointing at
coming in.
me. I'm out of here.
Seniority, baby.
Yeah. Bye, Teresa.
Hi, Teresa.
Gosh.
She'll be back.
Get
Bring
me an egg.
tissues when you come back. Please.
While we're waiting, my
And some
favorite
eggs.
part of this is I have people who seem to write to me on Twitter and email and tell me that they're going through chemotherapy and that they
something
listen to the
awful, yeah.
show and they laugh. Or somebody comes up to me and says, listen, I was having a really bad day and you talked to me and told me and made me laugh and that it made my day better. It's the kind of things like that that we don't usually see unless someone tells me or someone tells us. But I think that's truly spectacular. I've never had a job or did anything where that was the outcome of what I was doing for a living. So to have that be part of this,
It's also not. It's not what we set out to do. We're just sitting up here talking like goofs. But when someone says, "Listen, you impacted. I was sick in the hospital, and you made it better," and things like that, so it really hits home.
I
It means
always
a
go
lot.
back and tell the first story that the guy wrote to us. He was an overnight trucker in Scotland. And at the time, I thought like our parents were listening and that was it. And this man was telling us that he was really lonely and bored when he was at work in the middle of the night. And I thought, oh my gosh, somebody in Scotland is laughing in the middle of the night because of the stupid stuff we're doing. So it's when I hear stories like that I think to myself, because there are days when you wake up and you think, I've got to drive an hour to get to Pete's house. And we have to be there early. So Tuesday is a huge
Because
chunk.
apparently I live in the mountains or something.
No, we live in the mountains.
It's just
You live in.
we live an hour apart. I mean, it might not be
Someone
as the
coming
crow flies, but it's an hour to get there. And you think, but that's a huge chunk out of your Tuesday. And it doesn't mean your work goes away. It just means your work waits for it to
You asked what the worst part was. I was just going to say that. I say part of the problem is we're so busy and so much going on that we have to kind of say, I have to do this today. And some days we don't do it. And some days we're like, listen, I'm just going to sit here and do emails all day. But you got to get the motivation.
What was I just going to say? Oh, yeah. Like when Rhino was over here, like as he walked away, like Lysol came out of him. And I was like, oh, where the hell did that come from? Like, oh, well, it's like Rhino's like the fountain of Lysol now.
Wow.
Gentleman here just had his hand up.
Oh, I was gonna ask if did you talk about how you had nothing but like positive interactions with people? You've met being on social media and stuff. Have you ever had any negative?
Well, look.
Other than
No,
right
in
now?
all-
No, not other than right now.
In all seriousness, it's the internet. It's the internet. So there's always a troll. There's always somebody that wants to start something. But in terms of my oh, shut up, Siri.
Yeah, the keyboard war. Yeah.
In terms of my the interactions I've had in events like these when I'm walking around the parks, never.
No.
Never.
Keyboard warriors never materialize. They always stay behind.
Well,
their
they got balls behind their screen.
Right. Yeah.
And they're hiding behind a screen
Disney
name.
Yeah. They're not gonna say that to me.
You know what? I say
Dare you.
I talk crap. I talk crap on the internet, but I put my damn name on it
And my face.
and my face.
Yep.
And so when you're ready to do that, then you got courage. Until then, you're just
I had a dipstick a couple of weeks ago who decided he knew me, then that I'm elitist and I'm above everybody else. Don't know his name, don't know his face. If you're here, come on up, let's talk.
Oh, it's
See,
a
my
sign.
response to that is, no, I'm not above everybody else, but I'm sure as hell above you.
Oh,
So I know that what you guys do is certainly more than a podcast, but I'm curious as a little like peek behind the curtain with other vloggers or podcasters that are popular in Orlando. Do you guys have a relationship with them? Is there competition? What's the behind the scenes like?
they're all dead to us.
No, it's
All of them.
what
Yeah.
we find
Or
that
Secretary of State.
we find that being friends with them works best for us. It's always friendly competition, but
Yeah.
when you're friends with them, they might hold a tripod spot for you at one of the events, and so it's a give and take. We kind of help each other out, with the end result being I want more views than you, but
I know
but it's
Disney
friendly.
I know Disney Food Blog mentions you guys all the time. They have
Look, I've always been real with you guys. I'll be real with you now. There was a time where, you know, I'm a competitive guy. I know that comes as a galloping shock to all of you. But there was a time where it's like it was a zero-sum game. It was a zero-sum game for me. And then I don't know.
Well, then the show happened because before the site had no voice, the site had no face, so it was easy to say, you know, no competition, it's us and only us. But when the podcast started, we actually had a voice, and people were able to talk back, and it became more conversational, and that kind of went across the board with competitors and everybody else.
But then, you know, I was talking to somebody earlier about this. A couple months ago, Stephen Amos called me and said, you know, we have other outlets asking for media credentials for this. How do you feel about that? I'm like, of course. Let anybody who wants to come, let them in.
As long as they have money in their pocket.
Well, what I want, you know, look, we have a mission here, right? And the mission isn't to build up our own egos. That's not the mission. And look, I'm not saying I don't have a healthy ego. I got a real healthy ego. But I know when to put it aside. And for something like this, it's all hands on deck. It's all hands on deck. Any members of the community, any other vloggers, any other influencers, I hate that word, that want to participate in this, the more the merrier, because it gets the word out to more and more people. And if we can be a catalyst in a case like this to start that, I welcome them, and I'm really glad. I'm really glad so many of them have come out to support this this week, and they deserve because they're you know, the question goes to them too. The question goes to them too. Every part of this event has the Diz on the top of it, and they're here covering it, and that says a lot about them. That says a lot about them. So that's honestly how I feel about it. What else we got? Talk to me. Yeah, back here.
what caused stay out of the damn lakes?
Really? Do I have to tell this story again?
You could say it with one word.
The question is, where did stay out of the damn lakes come from? Years ago, Walter and I were at the Poly, and we're hanging out at the pool bar. So you can figure out what time of my life that was. You know, I'm a good alcoholic, so I make friends with my bartenders because that's how you make sure your drinks are fast and they're strong. And so we were chatting with this bartender, and the pool bar was right across from the beach and the lake, and there was this family out, even though big signs, stay out of the lake, stay out of the lake. There was this family out there, and he's like, we tell these people stay out of that lake because there's all sorts of bad stuff in there, and he's going through it with me. And I was relating this story on a show, and just like as I was telling the story, I'm like, I got exasperated and was like, you know, what is wrong with people? Just stay out of the damn lake. And that's where that came from. And so, you know, and I got to watch what I say because it's my tombstone is going to say, stay out of the damn lake.
For those of you who don't live here, don't swim in fresh water unless you can see the bottom.
Yeah, scary.
And the bottom should be blue. Do not swim in a lake or a river. Do not swim in fresh water. There you go. That was my public service announcement. The more you know.
What else we got? Right here.
When you started the business years ago, did you ever think you could get this big, or what was kind of your expectation?
Oh, no. Remember, he's asking when I started this, did I think it was going to get this big, it was going to become this? Absolutely not. I cannot sit here and say that there was a vision to any of this. I was working at UPS. I had gotten put onto an assignment to build an internal website for my department, and I dabbled around with websites, but not ever done anything. And a friend of mine suggested, why don't you build your own website to kind of practice so that, you're not practicing on the job. And of course, big Disney fan. And I created the Diz, what ultimately became the Diz. And then it just kind of, what is going on over here?
Much more important than us, apparently.
Is whispering out of the question? I'm sitting here trying to talk, and like I got conversations going. I'm like, okay.
No one knows the questions being asked because nobody in this room is on a microphone. So the
Well, he
YouTube
just
people.
repeated
I'm
it.
repeating the question
repeated
That was what I was going to ask
as I
you to
answer
do.
it. So I'm on it. I'm on it. Yeah, that's kind of how it started, and then it was just really a process of what's next.
Can I also add to it? What started to happen too was because it started out as a hobby, but then became something that needed to sustain itself. There was this idea of, well, how can we monetize it? So as that came about, a lot of what we did very early on, and I think we still do today, is we just do what we do. We put our heads down, we work, we're doing what we're doing with the travel agency, with the Diz. There's not a lot of looking around, I don't think. We don't really worry about the other people out there doing their other things, because it's all about how can we sustain this and keep going and make sure we're paying salaries and buying equipment.
But it's also like anything else. It has to be reinvented every so often. Otherwise, you become stale. And sometimes you reinvent because you feel it's time. Other times, the universe says, oh, here's a global pandemic. Reinvent yourself. And, and it's something else I wanted to say. So many of you have come up to me and other members of the team and thanked us for, the content the last year, and that, it helped make your experience and your struggle with it a little bit easier. You saved us. In every conceivable way, you saved us. We were going through the same thing. We were wondering if we were going to have jobs in 3 months. I was wondering, is the last 20 some odd years of my work going to just dry up and disappear, and I'm going to have to put all these people out of a job? And so our way of dealing with that was just to kind of come up with some new stuff and new ideas and new content and go out live and figure different ways to do the show. And without you guys, without you guys, I'm just a pissed off old queen with a chip on his shoulder, okay? And, right? I mean, I am anyway, but at least it has an audience, right? It's got somewhere to land.
I didn't think that was funny.
That's going to be on your tombstone.
But it's, look, but it's funny, but it's also true. It's also true. And so if I didn't I'll speak for myself personally. If I didn't have that outlet, if I didn't know that we could do stuff and there was an audience to watch it and appreciate it and enjoy it, or give us feedback that they didn't like it, that we could try something different and make something better. I don't know that I would have gotten through this last 18 months. So I appreciate people letting us know that saying thank you, but right back at you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Back there.
Hey, Pete. Mike Conway. First, a comment. Thank you for sharing your family with us, because I feel like in the last 6 years, I've mentioned this to a couple people this weekend, but what you put out there isn't just content for content. It's kind of content for families, because we get to see who you are, and we get to meet your mother and everything that's going on.
She's crazy.
She's a pistol. Thank you for sharing your family, because people come into our lives when they need to come into our lives. We find things when we need to find them, and you guys have done that for me and my family for years. So thank you very much.
That's awesome.
Thank you.
You're always thinking about the next thing.
Yeah.
If you're
Even as I'm sitting here right now. Even as I'm sitting here right now.
I've learned that after 7 years of watching you. But can you share any of what you would like to do as the next thing with us?
Okay, so the question, first, Mike, was your
Are
name?
you paying attention, Rhino?
Mike was your name? Mike said thank you for sharing my family, especially Mom. It was time to put her to work. But also asked about, are we ready to share any of our next things that we're planning to do? And I'm not because I'm still, we launched moving to Orlando. You talk about timing. Holy crap. Launching Moving to Orlando last February. Yeah, come on. That was something I had wanted, and we're going to, Sean and a couple of the team are going to be up here in a little bit. That was something I'd wanted to do. It was actually John's idea like 117 years ago.
Well, give me some money from it.
I offered you a chance. I'd offered you, and then like, nah, I'm too busy. I can't. Well, okay.
I had 4 hours of sleep I could have given you.
So,
He imitates you very well.
He does a really good job.
Really the last year for me has been kind of working on that and growing that along with Sean, but also travel business in a global pandemic. We got some work, but there's always ideas going on, and Corey and I, back in the years ago,
Back when puppies were the oldest animals, right?
we would be on the phone at 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't know.
It's a
Just
dad
just
joke.
let it go.
Just let it go. Forget it.
We'd be on the phone at like 2 o'clock in the morning, and we'd be brainstorming ideas, and we'd
We'd buy domain names.
We'd buy domain names. I can't tell you some of the domain names I have, but here's a.
This was actually in your office at in Hunters Creek. I go sitting there. This is when I was smoking cigarettes, and I used to smoke maybe 2 cigarettes a day. Started working for Pete. It was easily a pack a day, because we'd smoke and we'd buy domain names and think of ideas.
As you do.
Yeah.
Sadly enough, 20 years later, I'm still doing the same thing.
I hope my mom doesn't watch this show. She doesn't know I smoke cigarettes.
Oh.
Used to. He used to smoke.
Just kidding.
But there was, in the dark times when, I was on my 18th cocktail and in a blackout, and I would register domain names. And I get a phone call. From Network Solutions one day. This woman was she was being kind of cagey, and in the beginning of the conversation, I wasn't sure if she was for real. She was like kind of asking me some weird questions. And she's like, what email addresses have you used to register domain names? I'm like, okay, well, I gave her the usual ones. And she said, have there ever been any domain names that have your last name in it? And I stopped for a second. The very first email address I ever had was PRW, my initials, at wernermagi.com. John and I were still together. And I mentioned that to her. She's like, okay, that's it. I said, that's what? She's like, you have a domain coming up for expiration next month, and I don't think you want to lose it. I said, okay, what domain is that? I don't know if I should say this publicly. DisneyAttractions.com. Needless to say, I put a 10-year renewal on that domain name. I still have it. And I'll come up with ideas, and a lot of times, moving to Orlando is a great example. You know, I have an idea, and it's just not the right time. It's just not the right time. And then something will happen, or someone will come into my life, or whatever, and I'm like, okay, now's the right time to do it. That's one of them. That's one of them that's like I sitting in my back pocket.
You mentioned the dark times and about renewing. I always ask you, these are set to auto renew, right? These are set to auto renew, right? Like the Diz boards isn't going to expire one day, and
Well,
you're
the
drunk.
thing is like with that one, that was an email address I no longer used. So they were sending renewal notices to me, and they went. You know, she said they're coming back undeliverable. So yeah. That's kind of how that process goes. I don't know if that made any sense to anybody else, but what else we got? Yes.
At this point, how many separate podcasts are there?
Okay, the question is at this point, how many separate podcasts?
When you ask the question, or now?
What are you trying to say? So, actually, so we have like Des Unplugged. We have the Universal show, Dreams, Disney Cruise Line, DVC, Moving to Orlando, Dining Show, Off the Rails, Connecting with Walt. Michael's here somewhere, right? Oh, there he is.
Oh, hey, Michael.
Michael Bowling's here. So what is that? So it's 9. We have 9.
Yeah, that's what we counted. Yeah.
9. It's not enough.
We have dreams.
Oh, well,
too.
we have a logo for the gay show. We have a logo
I am
for
going to say
Disney
goodbye.
Dining.
Kevin's out of here.
Okay.
We gotta go.
I'll come back.
All right.
We'll be back.
We'll be back at 6.
Wow.
Thank you, everybody.
All right, Teresa can come back now.
Jackie?
Ladies and gentlemen, Teresa Eccles.
I almost forgot my kidney.
It's his heart. He keeps it in a case.
I missed you.
It's his extra heart.
Who's filling the spot? You want Jenny or Jackie up here?
I don't know.
Well, we got Pat coming in.
Okay.
Pat.
So,
Pat. Oh, it's not that Pat.
not that Pat.
Are you eating? What are you eating?
You didn't hear him eating Triscuits the whole show?
No.
He sprays each Triscuit before he
Focus, people, focus.
Okay.
All right, let's grab in one more question before we break and switch for the next show.
Hi, I'm Jill, and I love your dining show reviews. You're honest, and I just want to catch up and see what are your right now top 5 restaurants in Disney property.
Denny, am I allowed to answer that?
Maybe the top 4. No, don't give your first.
Yeah, how about y'all just move that
Okay,
question
look,
to
you
5
know what?
o'clock?
I'm not going to, because we're doing something a little later on. The question, folks, at home, my top 5 dining locations, and we're doing a dining show a little later on, so I don't want to give up the ghost on that, but I do want to say something. I don't think that Whispering Canyon gets anything close to the love it deserves over at Wilderness Lodge. Oh, come on, you can do better than that. But we're going to talk about that later because, ladies and gentlemen, a true, honest-to-God TV legend,
Superstar.
Mr. Pat Sajak. No, come on. Come on. Come on.
I'm sorry. I'm a little bloated right now. I just had lunch at Whispering Canyon.
Oh my gosh.
I was just.
It was okay.
I was telling. I was just having this conversation with him up at lunch. That he's asking me for some hidden gems. I'm like, you really need to check out Whispering Canyon and Geyser Point, right?
Yeah, yeah.
He's so cute in person.
Well, thanks.
I'm
Meet
so
Teresa.
sorry.
I
I'm
haven't
so
been
sorry.
called cute since the 1940s. But I appreciate that. Thank you.
Adorable.
So, Pete, what do you got? What do you want me to sing? Or you want to? You can ask me a question.
You can do whatever you want.
Yes, sir.
I wouldn't normally associate you with Disney.
We're very lucky. We've always been a Disney family. My wife grew up in the East, and they came down to Disney World all the time. I didn't go to Disney World until I started on a wheel because we were West Coast people, so Disneyland was our place. So, but now we do both, and it's great. So Disney started doing a lot of things with our show. We have a lot of cross promotion with them, and we do a lot of special weeks. We just taped a Princess Week, which is coming up in this new season. They sponsor. It's not. Like I said, a lot of people think we're going to do a.
Not anymore.
It's not that. By the way, that week has nothing to do with Disney. It's those phones. The old
Princess phones.
Yeah,
right.
So we're doing Princess Phone Week with AT&T, and then later on in the year, well, I didn't know. Lord, thank goodness this isn't being heard by anyone.
Wow. Okay, look, we're not Wheel, but I mean,
we had lunch together. I figure I can knock him a little bit.
You can say whatever you want.
Thank you very much.
You're Pat Sajak.
I am.
Right?
I wake up with me every morning.
Wow,
and
what's
it's not
that
a pretty
like?
sight. Anyway, yes, sir.
So, you're a Disney family.
Yeah. So we started doing all these promotions, and now and I think it's a real good mix. I mean, Wheel of Fortune and Disney, to me, that works. I mean, some marriages, sort of corporate marriages, seem a little forced, but this seems right. We call ourselves America's Game, and we mean that. We aim to be that. And I think Disney has that same attitude and the family nature of it all. So I think it works real well for us, and our viewers really like it. There's one of the problems or issues you face when you do a game show. It's very plug heavy. We're plugging trips and we're plugging prizes and all this stuff.
I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, but when we're doing a week with Disney, the plugging part is almost like part of the entertainment because you're seeing the characters run around and all that, and the viewers like it. I mean, it feels less commercially heavy than our regular weeks because of the Disney connection.
But now, from your standpoint, vacationing here in Disneyland. Okay, let's start with resorts. Do you have a particular resort here that you really love?
It's funny when you grew up, because I was an adult when I started even going to Disneyland, because I grew up in Chicago and there's no Disney Lake Michigan, unfortunately. But so my view of the Disney world was the Magic Kingdom. I thought that's what Disney was. They've done a lot of work out there, and has more of a resort feel, and you have that second park now and all that. But when I was going, there was just the Magic Kingdom, and I thought that was what Disney was. So when I came out here, I was taken aback by 92 hotels and driving from one park to another, and it just seemed enormous to me. And now I've been here long enough. Now that I know my way around, it seems less so. I like them all. I like. I'm not a big like I like roller coasters, but I don't like going like this. I like going like this.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
I'm with you on that.
So I like those. I like the mine train and that kind of thing. But we're real big fans of the. We like the ride. Have you been on this? What is it with the spider guy?
Oh, that's out in California.
Yeah.
Adventure.
So have you? That's really weird because you go on this ride and it's all. It reminds me technologically of what's the one out here? Toy Story Mania, which we love very much. But out there, it's and in order, so you have to kill these spiders by throwing webs on them, but you do it like this, and they kind of come out of your hands. So you spend 12 minutes on this ride just doing this the whole time. And it's very exhausting.
It's.
But I killed several spiders, so I'm very happy about it.
You know, all you have to do is just do this, and it works the same.
Well, I'm more into it than you are. That's, by the way, a good radio joke, Tony.
Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi. My name is Tony Shepard. I lead talent relations for the Disney Parks.
And he also tells talent when they should shut their mouths about secrets.
Did you just say Secret Santa?
Yeah, I'm not saying anything. We've done a lot. We've had when Tony represents Disney when we're shooting. When we're shooting in our studio out west, when we're shooting Disney-themed weeks. But we've had fun with a lot of characters out there. I mean, we had the Dumbo ride in the studio one time.
The best thing we did, and you'll appreciate this, we had Walt's personal horse from the carousel. So he had it was his horse.
Yeah,
and we brought it up to the studio, and Pat lost it. It was a moment, but we got it back. No, I'm kidding. But no, we've done that, and it's been great. Yeah.
If you still can't find it, don't check my attic. There you go. But we do love the Disney connection. Yeah.
Do you have a favorite restaurant out here?
Yeah, boy, there's so many we like.
What kind of a new one you just tried loved?
And the name escapes me.
Citricos.
So Citricos was really good. I don't. It's one of the things that happens when you're in a theme park is sometimes you'll walk into a restaurant and you're not expecting what you get. I mean, it's the food in there is absolutely fabulous. The service was fabulous. They had a terrific wine list. I mean, it's just a really nice restaurant. And you walk in, and it looks like a fine place, but it looks sort of a family quick grab something kind of thing. But it really was a beautiful.
And that could be the opposite too. You walk in a restaurant, you're like, wow, this is beautiful. I'm inside the castle. And then you get your food, and you're like,
well,
this doesn't.
I'm not getting into that.
But
well, the other one I have to say, which has become a bit of a Sajak family tradition, is we've done a holiday dinner the last few years at Victoria and Albert's. Obviously, last year.
Wow, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That's always been fun. I don't know if anybody's heard Pat read the candlelight processional at Epcot, but.
I really did enjoy that a lot. That's been a lot of fun, and I assume we'll do another one somewhere down the road. But really, that was terrific. At Victoria and Albert's is interesting because Tony Shepard here from Disney will, for example, we'll go to Epcot to one of the food court things, and he'll say, "I'll buy the taco." As long as you pick up Victoria and Albert's tonight. So.
Sounds fair.
Yeah,
that sounds totally fair.
So I have to tell you, I hate. Should I tell about?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So we go. Did Disney buy that night? Anyway,
I think they did.
So I did something for the park one, and Disney was going to buy dinner at Victoria and Albert's. That's pretty cool. So I look at they give you a wine list, which is nice, but they give you a water list. So
anybody ever been to a restaurant where you have a water list? There's one at Victoria.
So and they're all and all the waters from around the world, and a bottle is $10.99, $8.99, $15.99, and then you look at the top. There's $100 bottle of water, supposedly glacier water, and I said, we have to buy this because I've never had glacier water, and we bought it, and it was really good.
But the best, so the best part was we had gone back to LA and we had taped a week of Wheel right after that, and Pat and I are talking to the executive producer, the previous executive producer of Wheel, wonderful man named Harry Friedman, and we're telling him about this water that they only bottle 4,000 bottles a year. It comes from an iceberg in Norway and at the North Pole, and Harry looked at us and went, "And you believed that?" Right? I mean, for all we know, the water could have come from Cucamonga.
I know it would. But it was really good.
Really good water.
Really good. It wasn't $100 good, but it was good.
Yeah, it's. I had that experience. Was it Palo? Palo on Disney Cruise Line.
On the ship, yeah. That's right, they had that water.
Has the water menu, and the first time I saw that, it was the same thing. I'm like, really?
Yeah. Well, I fell for it. I'm very gullible.
So did I.
Yeah.
I don't know that I paid $100, but I fell for it.
Something about water that kids will never understand today. They will never understand drinking out of the sprinkler system in somebody's front yard.
Right.
Well,
kids are growing up on bottled water
And
now.
you know, no matter what you did, no matter, and of course I did that as a kid.
Yeah.
But if you think back to you could always taste the hose.
Right? Yes. The metal.
There was a slight tinge of metal and rubber.
Grass.
and see now let your kids drink out of the hose, and they'll host Wheel of Fortune.
Well, I feel like I should ask a question just so I can say the wheel. Because I've always called it Wheel of Fortune, and y'all calling it the wheel. It just
They're
seems
personal.
so much more.
They're closer
hip.
friends
No,
than
I
you
feel
are.
like I'm part of that now.
We're hip.
Yeah.
They're hip.
Can I ask you a hip question about the
Yeah,
wheel?
sure. Go ahead.
Has anyone ever won
wheel.
that you did not like, or that you did not want to
Ooh.
win? Like you were kind of like secretly hoping
stops
that
the
other
wheel.
person would
What's
win.
really, what's really funny before he answers that, second time he got that question today.
Oh, really? Oh, I
No,
hate
it's
being
good.
unoriginal.
No, it's a good question. And for those of you who heard an answer earlier, there are two parts to that question. Number one is, I have great empathy for our players. They're in a very, very difficult situation, and if you, it's real easy to sit at home and make fun of them and all that. But throw yourself in the studio.
Yeah.
It's a completely,
That's hard.
completely different game. But anyway, but about 4 or 5 times a season, as I said this morning, there's someone that I just want to strangle. Not very often, and I don't want to kill them. I just want to cut off their air supply for a while, and I don't. And it's very rare because generally 99.9% they're fabulous. But sometimes you'll have a show where not necessarily you're rooting against somebody, you're rooting for someone, just a really nice person. And no matter, it just never fails. The person you're rooting against someone else. Whoever you're rooting against always wins. It's just the way, and whoever you're rooting for never wins. So I try not to root. It doesn't seem to work.
See now, something I've always wondered, because we see the on YouTube all the time. The bad answers, right?
Yeah.
The ones that the puzzle seems so obvious and they give a bad answer. How do you hold that together when that happens?
It's easier that for me. It's easier than you think because my first reaction is not you stupid person or to laugh. My first reaction is this poor person feels awful about doing this. Probably feels stupid. How do I get them through this and through the rest of the show? Because it's like a baseball player who makes an error in the 3rd inning and then strikes out the next 3 times because he can't get the error out of his mind. I always tell him after that, that round is over. You can beat yourself up later about it, but
shake it off.
We're still moving on, and come on, you can do this. But I feel, in these days of social media, sometimes I wonder why anyone even does the show because if you do something like that, it's there forever.
Yeah.
But then there's the other side too. You get to go to work and hand out amazing prizes, tens of thousands of dollars, changing people's lives, stories they're going to remember for the rest of their life.
No, it's true, and it's not.
That's
my
the
money.
other side.
It's not my money, which is really the
that's
best
even
part.
better.
But I'll tell you But here's the thing another thing I tell players is during commercial breaks we'll talk a little bit, or if someone's nervous and try to calm them down. And I always say this. I said, it'd be great to win money, and it'd be great to win a lot of prizes. But when next time you're at a party, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, and it comes out that you were on the show, the last question you're going to be asked is, how much did you win? They're going to want to know about the experience, what the studio looked like, what it felt like. So if you win something, great. If you don't, remember, you're playing with house money. If you hit bankrupt, we don't actually come and take your house and car. So just relax. It's a game and have fun with it. Enjoy. The other thing is you try to get them to take in the moment because they're so nervous, and it goes real fast when you're up there. And so for some people, it goes so fast they hardly knew they were there. And I want to tell them, slow it down. The game will take care of itself. Just listen to Uncle Pat. He'll get you through this, and enjoy. Look around. I'm taking see what Vanna's wearing. Look at the studio and get a mental picture of it because before you know it, it's going to be over and you'll never be back in the studio again.
One of the great answers to a puzzle was on a Disney week, and it went viral. This poor player, and the puzzle solution, I'm not going to get it exactly right, but the word gondola, right, was in the puzzle solution. a trip on a gondola, something like that, right? So it was an Adventures by Disney trip, is what they won. Pat says to the contestant, "Oh, look, we're not going to hold you to this, but what country do you think?"
So and I don't mean to jump in, but apparently
I will.
So we have these prize puzzles, and if you solve the puzzle, in addition to the money you win, we throw in a prize, and it's usually a trip. And oftentimes, the nature of the puzzle will tell you where you're going. If it's the Eiffel Tower, you're probably going to Paris, wherever it is. So a trip on a gondola, and this guy, I forgot, I think he was a college professor or something.
was.
And I said to him, well, I guess you can guess where you're going. And he said, yes, Paris. And I thought, no,
The gondola?
the gondolas are in.
Well, what you said was, what country do you think we're sending you to? Country, and he said Paris.
Oh, I did. Well, he was close.
That's nerves.
But
That's nerves.
But again, you can laugh at it. But I would, and we had fun with it. But I'd never mock him for it because, again, it's a very scary experience. And when they go home from now on, after having been on the show, they will not throw their slippers at the set and yell at players because they'll know what they're going through.
Yeah,
Now,
that's right.
When we were at lunch, I mentioned this to you that I found this fascinating. Was I was reading?
Did you buy lunch, by the way?
Yes.
Oh, good.
No, it was Dine and Dash.
Okay.
It was Dine and Dash.
Check,
Actually, Mom bought it because I left my wallet down here.
By the way, I absolutely adore your mother.
Isn't she amazing?
Yeah, she is.
So
Isn't she
sweet.
amazing?
You, I have mixed feelings about, but your mother is terrific.
We all feel that way. Sorry.
See, he don't work. He don't work. for me.
Right.
Anyone who calls me cute can say anything she wants.
And he smells good too when he walked by. It was like, ooh.
That was the Lysol that Rhino
No.
was spraying before he got here.
Anyway, I interrupted you. I apologize.
As I was like reading up some stuff on your biography, that story I mentioned to you at lunch, that you were working as a weatherman in L.A. and Merv Griffin saw you and wanted you for Wheel of Fortune so much that he threatened NBC to stop taping the show because it was with Chuck Woolery.
I remember
Anybody
those
who's old
days.
enough to remember,
Ooh.
with Chuck Woolery, that if they didn't take Pat Sajak, that he was going to stop taping the show, and that was a true story.
Yeah, Merv is a great supporter. When you work in local television in L.A., in a way you're auditioning every day because producers are at home watching the news, and Merv got to be a really good friend, especially after he sold the show back. He sold the show very early on in the late '80s, and so we just got to be pals. It was more than a employer thing. And we were talking about that one day, and he said, "You know what really, the way Merv talked, you know what pushed me over the edge about you, and I thought you were great. I'm watching one. Well, here's what happens one night, and you never know what's going to tickle people's fancy and get you a show." So I'm doing the weather, and in Los Angeles, you go through a period of several weeks where there is no weather. It's every day is 75 degrees or 80 degrees, and it's in the 60s at night, and there's no, there's no rain and whatever. So as a weatherman, it's hard to, how do you stretch that into 3 minutes? So you're always looking for something silly to do. So one night, I'm introduced by the anchorman, and I apologize. I had a little Band-Aid on my chin, and I said, I cut myself this morning. That's a little unsightly. I apologize. So now I start doing the weather, and every time they would cut away to a satellite map or a view of something or a piece of film and then come back to me, the Band-Aid had moved. I would move it around. Now, it's really stupid, but Merv thought that was the greatest bit of comedy he had ever seen in his life. And so the Band-Aid got me the job, pretty much.
So part of my responsibility is to be the bad guy and let you know that. Can we do one more question? Because there's places to be.
Absolutely. I'm so grateful.
Otherwise, I know we'd love to stay all day.
I'm so grateful.
When I heard what you pay to be on the show, I was so excited.
when you heard what Stephen Amos and Give Kids the World paid.
Right.
But what about you guys? One question, right here. How did you start your career in television?
I was working. I always knew I wanted to be in broadcasting, and I started in radio, like a lot of people did. And I was working in a little place, and I served in Vietnam for a while, and I did radio there. I was the Good Morning Vietnam guy there.
Wow.
And
a lot of people don't know that. Yeah.
So
is that based on you?
No, it was there was a guy named Adrian Cronauer.
Oh, right,
who was there a couple
right.
of tours before I was, and he started doing that, and that became the thing you did when you got that show. You had to do that. And by the way, when you're in an zone, you don't want to be yelling at 6 o'clock in the morning. But anyway, I did. So I did that, and then and then I spent the last 6 months of my Army career, 3 years in Washington, and then I got out of the Army, and I couldn't get a job in broadcasting anywhere in the whole Washington, Baltimore area. And a friend of mine had a friend who had a little radio station in Murray, Kentucky, of all places, in extreme southwestern Kentucky, and 250-watt tiny town. And I had to work, and I went there, and I worked there for about a year. Minimum wage job, working from 7 to midnight, doing rock and roll radio. And at one point, I looked at myself in the mirror when I got up, and I said, I'm 25, I'm making $1.80 an hour, and I'm playing these songs, and I'm living in Murray, Kentucky, which is a fine city, but I don't want to be there the rest of my life. I got to do something. I packed up the U-Haul. I went to the nearest big city, which was Nashville. And I kept knocking on doors. I worked at Howard Johnson for a while, and I finally got the attention of a television station, WSM, home of the Grand Ole Opry, that hired me for their television station as a staff announcer. I would just do station breaks. So it's a long answer to Nashville was my first television job. And by the time I left there 5 years later to come to L.A., when they offered me the weather job, I had done a lot of things. I did the weather. I hosted talk shows. I did all that kind of stuff. But Nashville was the only cities I worked in television were Nashville and Los Angeles.
Wow. Inspirational, right? Inspirational, how it works out. And then you move a Band-Aid around your face a couple of times, and an icon like Merv Griffin sees you, likes it, and all of a sudden now you're Pat Sajak.
You know, every now and then it occurs to you, and I grew up in an industrial part of Chicago, and look, everybody has stories to tell, and unless you were born wealthy, most of us had difficult times. And I remember hiding behind the couch with my mother when the bill collector was at the door and all that stuff. So every now and then, when you're in the Mediterranean, Merv Griffin's yacht, that will hit you, and you'll go, what am I doing? How did this happen? So I try to appreciate that stuff because it's real easy to lose sight of your beginnings when you've been successful, and people kind of fawn over you a little bit, and they call you cute even if you're not.
No, you are cute.
No, I appreciate that, but it is easy to, and that's why there are a few people in my business, I'm ashamed to say, who are kind of jerks because they forget that, and they think they were born to it, and they think they deserve it. And I'm grateful for it. I've worked hard for it. I'm not ashamed of my success. I'm proud of it. But you can't forget, no matter what business you're in, it's a bad thing to forget where you came from.
Don't ever forget you're blessed.
Yep.
And by the way, speaking of blessed, we're all blessed in this room, and I am grateful to all of you for what you guys are doing, as well as all the folks who are here this weekend for this extraordinary.
And it was good to get to know what you guys and what you do, and all the Diz folks and all the money you're helping to raise. It's terrific. It's an
amazing cause.
It's a pleasure for me to be here. Thank you all.
This has really been a highlight. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Pat Sajak.
I'm going to look for a Band-Aid.
Yeah, really. Let's do the Band-Aid thing.
It doesn't always work.
It's a Disney Band-Aid thing.
We want to take 5? Thank you, my friend. I really appreciate it. Okay.
Here comes Steve. Looks like he's got an update.
Pat Sajak was just here. We'll talk about him after he leaves.
Right.
But I think your impression of Pat Sajak was the same one I walked away with from lunch, and just what he just said there. Just what he said there about remembering where you came from and being grateful for what you have, and that it's not, you look at someone like that and think, you might think that, they were just like granted that, and it wasn't. There was this whole journey they went. So no matter how bad things may be at the moment, no matter how hopeless things may seem, miracles happen, amazing things happen, opportunities happen, just not on our timetable, right? And on that note, let's take 5 minutes, and we'll come back and do some more. Is that all right? Am I allowed?
Yeah, we can take 5 minutes.
Or you want to keep talking, and we'll
No, we should probably take 5 minutes.
We take 5
So
minutes.
We'll
Okay.
take 5 minutes. That's fine. You can.
No.
You're
We're
gonna leave too.
told.
What are you doing? Oh, thank you. That's sweet. What's that? I can't hear you.
Stephen Amos, are you still in this room?
Stephen Amos, if you're still in the room, Rhino's looking for you.
Stephen Amos.
Okay, everyone, coming up in just a little bit. I think next is DVC something? I'm not sure. I have no idea. There is no musical interlude. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to have Rhino sit here and chat while I try to find like a screen that I can say is like, we'll be right back.
I feel like you and I are like Waldorf and Statler, right? Right now, Statler. Oh my God. We entered a contest. We lost.
We had that Sajak on our show.
Yeah. It's warm in here. Warm today. Warm yesterday. Warmer today. Yeah, Craig and I have been eating Triscuits. This is all we've eaten today. Still waiting on that chicken sandwich. We're still waiting on that chicken sandwich. Corey Martin, I do not have a schedule. My name is Rhino, and I am the last to know.
I believe 5:30. We need to, if you talk to him about that, we need to get Michael hopefully on that.
My jacket is not a Michael Jackson jacket.
Was that? Listen, you're not bailing out early. We're all here all day.
We're all here. Oh, Steven. Can you re-explain to Corey that? I got Stephen Amos. Craig, will this auction be available on YouTube following the event?
I mean, it's available on YouTube right now.
We are on YouTube right now. That's right. Oh. Yeah. Did anyone watch the SNL skit with the Waldorf and Sattler? And that was great. You are more than welcome to leave. Yep. No, just this one. Hold on. There you go. Corey, it's you. Corey Martin.
10 of this one, 9 of this one.
All right.
Corey, sit down.
Sit down, because you're talking to YouTube too, remember? You're not just talking to everybody in the room, you're talking to the camera too. Because we're on YouTube still.
Oh, never mind.
We didn't just stop the stream.
Oh, okay. Never mind.
I only address
Well,
it.
this is for people here. Well,
No, it's for everybody. It's the internet.
Do it for everyone.
Free
All
shipping.
right.
Corey Martin has an announcement.
I have an announcement. We just added 19 items to the Buy It Now section. We have 9 of these signed. He just signed these, by the way. We have 9 of these available, free shipping. They're $100 each, or
Pat
there
Sajak.
is 10 of these that he also just signed. $100, free shipping. Once they're sold, they're sold. So you can come check them out if you want. Well, no, I'm not.
No, hold on. I'll take it.
No, just kidding. Oh.
I'll take it.
All right. Yeah. You trust yourself? No, I don't trust myself.
Signed him. What is he? M. Night Shyamalan? Oh. Yeah, no, we're live. We're still on YouTube right now.
Didn't realize we were going to take breaks.
We didn't know we were having breaks, so it's nice for everybody who sits at the table, but the 2 people at this table, they don't get them.
I did, but
It didn't work.
Put it on my
no, I
tab.
just ran out of time.
Am I on camera right now?
No.
Good.
No. I know, this is not very interesting for anyone.
All right, I'll be back.
I could use a glass of ice. Come on. People on the streets. It's a terror knowing what this world is. I hope everyone's bidding is going well. I will possibly have an item that I'll be entering into the auction because I forgot. And Stephen almost left again. Nope, there he goes. He's leaving now. Steven, turn around and come back. Steven Amos. Mr. Stephen Amos. Yes, I did a painting, and I was going to put it in the auction. I have a painting, yeah. I have a child. What?
Rhino.
Is it? Well, it's not here, but it's on its way here. So, can that be entered? I have a photograph.
I need a photo and a breakdown of details.
Okay.
Is that spelled correctly?
We'll be accepting chicken sandwiches up here all night.
Yeah, chicken sandwiches?
We'll be back in a moment. Yes. Yeah, it's because the two L's look funny.
It's so funny, you're right. That's hilarious. Really cool. Yeah, there's a whole gallery.
Shout out to Nancy Johnson, who is texting me right now. I don't know if she's currently watching this. I like that your first thought out of the hospital was that you forgot to give me something when I last saw you. Hopefully I will see you soon. Okay, here we come. People on the YouTubes have been waiting for this. Where's Pete? He was the first one to break down the doors for the break. My guess is looking for a Diet Coke.
Coke Zeros.
Coke Zero. He drinks Coke Zero. Sorry. The Diet Coke is when there isn't a Coke Zero. Under pressure. By the time we get this screen loaded up here, we will be restarting. Okay, ready to start, Craig? I am going to get something out of my car really quick. Okay. It's just in the trunk, and I realize it's going to make my whole car smell like... The problem is they have cholesterol in it.
Oh, I like cholesterol.
I'm like, okay.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's actually going to order us chicken sandwiches. I don't think they are. I don't think anyone's ordering it.
Yeah, but like almost 20 years younger than he is. Wow. No wonder she looks good. Oh my goodness. That's funny. Yeah. Oh my gosh, right? And they have good ones. The more people say it, the more. I see complaints about the Disney ones, but I think they're really good. Yeah, they're there's not a thing. Did you? Yeah. I know. They've been married for 25 years. Oh wow.
Children? They have 3 kids. One's a lawyer, one's a doctor. Yeah. One's going to be a lawyer. I'm like, things you don't know, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of
Think you need to know. Now you try to figure out, are we making cheeses?
Oh. The water fountain.
Oh, yeah. Classic.
Yeah. Standing around the water cooler.
We have one in our dining room at home.
Us too.
I love it.
I do too. I can't imagine not having one ever
I had
again.
to get a new one because the one that we had, the thing you just pushed down, and Charles figured it out. So he was always pouring water all over the floor.
Oh, that nerd.
So I had to get one with a push button. His fingers won't push hard enough.
Oh, kitty.
Stella's doing good. Stella, have you seen her lately? Let me show you. You haven't seen her in a while.
Kitties are so smart when they want something. Jeez. You know, I have to ask you if Andy did okay with all that.
Yes, thankfully, yes. Just
Okay.
went inside and
I can't believe I forgot to.
and he tries to act like he's a bartender. He sits on the little bar stools in his house.
I'm
He wants to
good.
look over at the bar.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah.
Uh-huh. Yep. I love her. Have you seen Max lately? He looks like Jesus. He took his glasses off. Right? Yeah, straight up. Straight up. Bless you, my child. That's my son. The mother of Jesus. But then he puts his glasses back on. He's just this 30-year-old man with long hair. Yeah, he's happy. He's doing good. They're getting ready to go to Disneyland for his birthday.
I wonder if it's crazy.
And they ask about you all the time. I said, especially Max. He spent a lot of time.
There's
Ron said that they can hear her. Greg, is your mic on?
Yeah.
They can hear you talking.
Yeah. I'm hearing somebody
If I'm
saying-
over here.
Somebody's saying they can hear me.
Well, you talk very loud, Jackie.
But I'm like half a mile away.
Jackie.
Voice carry.
You know the song. Voices carry.
Andy's saying this.
That is so funny.
No, you're fine. You're fine.
Oh,
you're fine.
sorry.
I just want to fill up with water.
I just realized I missed a spot on this canvas.
Including like Madeline. So your granddaughter moved here. Florida. Madeline, how's she doing? I haven't seen her in a while.
Mary Jo.
Are all the mics live right now?
No, they should be muted.
Just this one?
Wait.
No, because they can hear it.
What's his name? Oh, we're on? I'm on? Can you guys hear me? Yes, now you can. Hey, everybody. Welcome back. We're doing some, we're going to get ready for our next bit, which will include the incredible, amazing Disney legend Jody Benson will be here in a little bit. After that, we're going to have a DVC discussion. Before we get to any of that stuff, I just want to talk about, Stephen, I need you to text me the number again that we're up to, because you told me, and that was a whole 3 minutes ago, and I can't be expected to remember that. Auction's doing really well. I think we're over 185,000 with the auction so far. And, you know, there's a ton of amazing items in this room right now. One of them by my good friend, a good friend of the Diz, Jim Van Ostenbridge. This is his photograph. I'm not sure. Rhino, is this showing up on? Of Galaxy's Edge done on glass.
Pull a little more toward your, just like lean sideways a little bit. Toward me, yeah, there you go.
Like this? Thank you. Well, I have my glasses on, so none of that matters. This is item number 9. Item number 933 in the auction that's available, but also something really, really cool going on right now. Would you hand me that one? And I just want to say, I didn't want to embarrass someone who was sitting here. Pat Sajak donated his time for this. He was not paid by the village to be here. Stephen put it to me beautifully. He said, I consider Pat Sajak a volunteer for Give Kids the World. And think about that. You talk about generosity of spirit. I can't think of a better example of that. And he was also very kind to sign a few prints. This one, this character of him in front of the wheel, and one of him with Vanna White. These for a $100 donation. One of these will be sent to you. I forgot. Stephen told me stuff right before I sat down, and it went right out of my head. I forgot how many of these we have.
I think it's like 10.
We have 10 of them?
You have 10 of one and you have 9 of the other.
10 of one, 9 of the other. 8 now. They're going. And this is under the featured item section of the auction, gktw.org/DizFamAuction, where you can buy one of these, and for a $100 donation. This is adorable.
And Pete touched it, so that one's worth even more now.
Well, it depends on who's bidding. But so many awesome items that we've got here. And Stephen, where are you? Are you in the room? It really is sad. It really is sad how crappy my memory is. Don't do drugs, kids. Don't do drugs, because this is what happens. I know we've already beaten our last auction, the amount raised from our last auction last year. But I know, hold on, let me just scroll through.
Oh, were you trying to get my attention?
Yeah, I don't know. I have to wait for Stephen to come back. But yeah, this has really been a phenomenal event. I'm so excited, and that was so cool with Pat, wasn't it? That was so cool. Let's get our DVC folks. Sean's here. Sean donated that incredible Adventures by Disney. I want Jody here, so either there or there. And get some more folks out. Sue's coming up?
Yes, she's coming.
Okay. I'm going to talk to Jody in a little bit, but in the meantime, we can chat. I know Craig is setting up a microphone over here for anybody who wants to ask a question. Or you could sit there and I can grill you like a prosecutor.
Do you want the number from Stephen?
Yes.
153,600. So
$153,600 raised so far from the auction. And this is all pure profit now for Give Kids the World. Ticket sales for the event covered the cost of the event. So everything that we're raising here in this auction right now is going 100% to Give Kids the World. So if you want, donate $100 and get an autographed copy of a caricature of Pat Sajak or a picture of Pat and Vanna. You can do that at the auction site, gktw.org/DizFamAuction. And we have 10 of each available. Well, we had 10 of each available, but they're going quick. So, right?
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. We're just getting everybody set up. Sue, actually, you can take that seat for me. Oh, no, you can't take that seat because I got Jody coming in. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I forgot that or Sue can go. No, I'm kidding. I don't think we have a mic. No, we set up a mic for Q&A. We asking how the sausage was made? It's always fun to do it when we're live. But okay, why don't we ask some questions? For now, Sue, why don't you have a seat here and we can answer some DVC questions or other questions? Or what? Oh, somebody's working their way up. Yep, go ahead. Just give us your name, social security number.
Hi, my name's Liz. I'm originally from New York. I live in Virginia now. I was just going to ask what you guys think about the new leadership changes with DVC and what that means.
Oh, that. Well, is her mic on?
I don't know which mic that is. Number 4. Okay.
Do you need me to repeat?
Yeah, go ahead. There you go.
Hi, once again, hello everybody. My name's Liz. I am originally from New York. I live in Virginia now. New DVC member within the past couple of years through you guys, so thank you. My question was what you are all thinking with these new leadership changes with DVC and what that will mean for us members.
Okay, I do want to say this. What division did Terry go to? Okay, it doesn't really matter because it's a BS division that Terry Schultz was sent to. They used to have a division called Worldwide Operations, and they would if anybody remembers Al Weiss, when Al Weiss was president of Walt Disney World, and then he left to go to Worldwide Operations. And back in those days, I called that, it was the farm where they sent Disney executives to run free. Because the next thing you hear, after a few years, the next thing you heard about Al Weiss was that he was retiring. So whatever this division of Disney Terry's going to, it's the farm. They put her out to pasture. And in the next couple of years, we're going to hear that Terry Schultz is retiring. Whatever the case is, she's gone. She's gone, and I couldn't be happier. I'm sure she's a very nice lady. Very nice lady, but I didn't really I don't think a lot of us DVC members really cared for the job she was doing. So who's this guy now?
So the new guy coming in, I think, also does come from a finance background as well. I think he has some history with DVC. I think from working on some growth projects with him in the past. Don't know a lot other than that about him, other than, mainly finance background, probably an analytical.
And the minute everybody hears, background in finance, you roll your eyes. But I want to point out that Matt We Met. Anybody remember Matt We Met? Matt We Met was from finance, became SVP of DBC, turned it around, then was brought into DCL after it started, because they brought in the CEO of Crystal Cruise Lines to start Disney Cruise Line because they wanted it to be a first-class operation, and it was a disaster. And they brought Matt We Met in, turned that around. Once they got rid of Paul Pressler out in Disneyland, we all remember the disaster that was Paul Pressler. I mean, people died in that park under Paul Pressler. Matt We Met went out there and became arguably the most popular president of Disneyland that they ever had, and he came from finance. Now, his story didn't end well, because he was supposed to be president of Walt Disney World, and that's when the cleaning lady got promoted, and Matt was like, "Oh, hell no, I'm out of here," and he left. And now Matt is, what's the theme park? Cedar Parks, Cedar Point, Cedar Parks. He's now the CEO of Cedar Parks. It was a huge loss for Disney, but he was incredible. Josh D'Amaro's path in Disney came from finance. So some good people come out of finance. So I'm not writing him off yet. Give me about 20 minutes. But I'm hopeful, but
I wouldn't write him off, but there's really only so much that can be done if the head of the entire operation will not allow people to do guest experience information. So I think back then maybe there was more opportunity to do that, because the CEO of the whole thing, if we've seen it be like, hey, it's got to be more money driven rather than customer experience driven. So if he comes in and is like, we're going to do more with the guest experience and it costs more money, I don't know how well that's going to go over to the bigger people up the chain.
And I don't think this was necessarily related, but I thought it was interesting that old Key West buyback email went out, and 20 minutes later, Terry's off on the farm. I don't think they're related, but I just think the optics of it were interesting. What do you think?
Well, and to your point too, with Bill Derrickson, I believe
Bill Derrickson,
that's
right.
the name of the gentleman coming in. I mean, just because it's finance, it doesn't necessarily mean negative. I mean, I think, I see DVC right now in probably not like a hyper growth mode coming out of the pandemic, but probably be a focus on what their margins are, which can sound kind of negative, but doesn't necessarily mean that there won't also be a guest focus, a member focus either. So we'll just have to wait and see. Is in terms of the Old Key West, it was interesting. I mean, we'd never really seen a proactive buyback campaign. Disney has historically bought back contracts. If you were to call them and say, hey, I'm thinking about selling, they would offer you from time to time a price for it. So that wasn't unheard of. Proactive messaging for it, a little different. It was a little surprising to us from a resale perspective, I guess, the timing of it, because before the pandemic, whenever somebody goes to sell a contract, we would send in a form to Disney Vacation Club. They would send us the exact point activity. And so obviously alerted DVC that they're selling, but it gave us great information as a broker to know exactly what the current point activity was. Well, during the pandemic, they stopped doing that service, and so now we have to get it directly from the member when they sell. They have to give us screenshots from their member website. Well, if they would have kept doing that, they would have been able to target exactly who was already selling versus accidentally poking at somebody who may have no interest in selling but may have sparked their interest. So I thought that was a little strange with the proactive messaging.
Okay. We have another question.
Howdy, y'all. I'm Tigarette in the chat, and so hi to the chatterati. And they are. I promised a shout out to a sister over at the UK, Kate. Hi, Kate. Also, this is my question. For Kate would be here and was going to help lead some events, but the border closures affected the trip. So if you'd like to briefly speak to border closures and how they're impacting DVC members from abroad who can't use their membership here in the States. Thanks, y'all.
Thanks.
Yes.
I'm looking at you.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And Sue, if you want to
Sue,
experience with anybody with this situation.
We've had a lot of people from overseas who can't get over here, or from Canada, for that fact, and some of them actually have decided to rent their points out or to sell their points. They're worried about what COVID's going to do in the future, but they weren't able to come last year. Some aren't able to come this year. But a lot of them that I have talked to are still waiting to come next year. With the 50th anniversary, they're excited about it. They want to be here. They want to experience it. So it's, let me take, instead of losing points, let me rent some of the points out, and then this way I still have my membership and I can make reservations for next year with the hopes that the borders will open up.
Yeah, I would say for some of those folks, and it's obviously such a difficult situation. To Sue's point, rental is a great option, of course. And our partners at DVC Rental Store can help with that. For folks that don't necessarily want to sell their membership, but they're just stuck in these tough situations because of border closures.
Yeah. How about some other questions? Doesn't even have to be DVC.
Hi, I'm Bojana, and I have a question about D23 Expo. It was just announced, and I know that the DIS has always done such a great job. It's why I started to watch the DIS in the first place, about covering that. So what do you guys think about the expo? Are you going to send Craig and Rhino to be a sorcerer again, or what's... Do you think it'll improve at all?
How
Do you
much
think
did he
anybody
pay
will
you?
get killed?
I have not met this person before, so hello. That is a very, very flattering information to hear, though.
I really, at this point, I don't know. We've had to, obviously with everything going on, we've had to prioritize resources and efforts. The things we could do 2 years ago, I've scaled back, had to scale back on some of that so that their paychecks don't bounce. So whether or not we're going to cover D23 in that way, because that's an expensive event. I can't tell you. I can't tell you at this point. If we can, we absolutely will. But it's like my number one job is making sure that these guys have jobs, and I'll gladly give up covering D23 for a cycle if it means that we're okay there. So that's the best answer I can, most honest answer I can give you. But thank you. How are we doing?
Can I ask another question?
Sure. Just give me 1 second. Are we on track for 3 o'clock? Yeah. Let's go ahead and do one more question while we
I
find that out.
watched your video here a while back where you were talking about DVC and annual passes, and I feel exceptionally like run over by Disney when I'm looking at the prices and increases that they've got. Could you make any more comments on that, like you had before?
You want more than?
Well, I mean,
Wow.
my wife made a statement the other day that as long as we've been members, we came into the relationship with Disney and we were really, really enjoying it. But every year as we're going along, things keep going away and away and away. It's like finally we're kind of in a bad relationship, and we're wondering if we want to keep it.
Well, you've all heard my take on that. So why don't we hear from Sean, Nick, and Sue about what they think about the annual passes.
I mean, I fully expected the annual pass situation in Disneyland because I know they've actively. I mean, that was just problematic for them because you had a situation where practically everyone in the area has an annual pass. It's completely locals driven, but I remember even the last time I had went, we could get they were having to offer priority seating for Fantasmic and World of Color if you ate at one of the restaurants during the day, and every single restaurant was completely available to eat at, and we were pretty much, I think us and maybe like 2 or 3 other families were the only people in the VIP area because everyone was local, so they would just come and like stand around, and they weren't actually spending money in the park. So it really was just taking away that experience from people coming and that we're going to spend more money. I didn't think Disney World has that issue, so I was kind of surprised at the jump and the added expense to it. I'm glad it's not as limiting here as it is out in Disneyland because we do get parking and these other things. But it's hard because when you're used to something so much that I have to remind myself, like, I'm getting 4 parks, I'm getting these things. And I mean, yeah, I mean, like Universal has parades, but it's nothing like the parades here. They have a little firework thing that they do, like, but it's nothing to the extent of what Disney World does in multiple different parks. So when it comes back, I still feel justified in the price, but I also, you know, somebody posted today and I think in the DVC group where they had done the, in 2002, they had bought 6 tickets for, the Not So Scary Halloween party, and all 6 tickets did not add up to $200 total. So they were $29 each. So in 20 years now it's like $200 a person almost at this point. But yeah, I still think it's worth it, but they're getting there.
Yeah, I mean, I think you know, certainly COVID is presented a reset for a lot of businesses, and I think Disney is certainly one of those where I think you know, perhaps there was ideas on the table before, but you're nervous to implement them. And now that this has been such a big reset, it kind of opens the door for some of those things. I think, one thing I always go back to when Disney, when they do something that I'm not in favor of, not a fan of, think it's, too much. It is something that I think where they have a huge strategic advantage is it's just there's no other substitute in the marketplace for it. Now, Universal comes out with Epic Universe. I still think there's still a gig gap in guest service between the two. But I think in absence of that, I always kind of go back to I just don't really feel like there is a really strong substitute. So that being said, obviously pocketbooks still have limits, and there's only so much you can do. But I think that's one big advantage they have, and I do think that what we're going through with a lot of companies is a reset, and I think we're seeing a little bit of that with Disney. Some good, some not so good.
Sue, what do you think?
No, I agree with that. I think, business right now, the whole world has changed the way they're doing business. And, I've seen the prices go up and up and up as well. And it's really tough on the pocketbook, especially when salaries haven't gone up as much either. And so it's tough to see it, but I do understand from a business perspective the need to increase in order to be able to offset the costs to provide those fireworks, to provide the parades, to provide some of the shows and entertainment that we all have. I don't like it as much as anybody else either, but I do understand some of the cost. I'm just hoping that they stay true to giving us the experience when we get there. And to me, that's what's important.
And I think they've offset the cost of fireworks and other experiences by the 83 million things they've already cut.
Where's Jody?
That's my feeling, is that they've already cut a lot, and the just the optics of it. Cut, raise the price. Cut, raise the price. In ideal circumstances, that's a tough sell to make to your core audience. In these circumstances right now, it's even harder. But that's how I think they've already. And look, and again, from a business perspective, I get it. They've lost a lot of money, and they need to try and make that back. But Oh, she's here. I'm waiting for like a high sign or some kind of indication.
Oh, she can stay, Sue.
No, Sue has. I need to see because we lost one.
Oh, no, I'm
All right,
giving my
ladies and gentlemen, Disney legend Jody Benson. I'm so sorry. How are you?
Good. I was just looking at all the auction items.
Amazing, right?
Yeah. So many wonderful collectibles.
I thought you were going to start singing. Look at this
No,
stuff,
yeah.
isn't it neat?
So many gadgets and gizmos aplenty. Yeah, I haven't been up here yet. So after we finish our little chit chat, I'm gonna mosey around.
Some great stuff. This is like I was saying earlier. This is the best auction we've hosted yet. Especially in terms of the items, it's been phenomenal. But how are you? You look wonderful.
Thank you. I feel wonderful. I'm so happy to be here to. Oh, I'm on now.
Yeah.
Sorry. So the last 5 minutes, you didn't hear anything I said. No, I just said I'm so happy to be here and to support the village and to be here with all the Dizzers. It's so wonderful to be here with Pete and your wonderful mom and Kevin and John. Where's Mama? Hi, sweetie. She just gets younger every time I see her. What do you drink? What do you do? Oh my goodness, she's so beautiful.
Whiskey.
Oh, whiskey. Okay. I'm gonna jump on that. I've never had whiskey. Maybe I should start trying because I'd like to look like you. But yeah, it's just so great. I haven't been upstairs yet, so I was just telling Pete that afterwards I want to mosey around and look at these collectibles because it's very fun and dangerous.
It is very
dangerous.
Trust me, baby. You don't know. But also, Jody has been kind enough to sign. How many of these do we have? Is this?
I feel like I signed. How many, Anne? How many did I sign, sweetie, of those? I didn't count.
This is also available for a $100.
20. She's going 20.
Of these.
There's 20 of them.
There's 20 of these. A $100 donation, and one of these will be sent to you signed by the Little Mermaid herself.
Yep.
Jody Benson.
And I did. It's not auto-signed. I just did them right before I came upstairs.
Your hand must be cramping.
No, you know what's funny? After signing autographs for over 30 years, people ask me that. It's actually, I'm right-handed, and my arm is perfect, and my hand is perfect. It is my left side of my neck that gets me at the end of a day. Isn't that weird? Because you're like this, but there must be some weird thing I do. So, yeah. But my hand's great. My neck's a mess, but my hand's great.
So I'm dying to know what you have coming up. I know you for like all of us. I think your schedule was kind of upended.
Yes, for 16 months, everything just went very quiet for our entire family. Both of our kids came home from college within a 24-hour period of time. And it was, the rug was pulled out from the world. And it was an incredible upheaval, but also we had an amazing family time, for the 16 months. Really, we just kind of hunkered down as a little family pod and with our son's future wife, our future daughter-in-love, and with Delaney's sweet boyfriend. And so the six of us we did a lot of stuff outside. It's like hiking and swimming. We live on a lake, so we were on the boat, and we learned how to play pickleball. I mean, who'd ever heard of pickleball?
And,
we learned how
on
to
the
do
list
that.
On the list of things I did not do during the pandemic, hiking and swimming.
Yeah. So we were, instead of going crazy, we live in North Georgia, so we just stayed outside. So we kind of had a great family time. But there was a lot of loss, obviously, and a lot of sadness and grief. And when you stop working, all of a sudden after so many years, it just feels really strange. So we did some great virtual things and tried to make connections and keep with people. But now I started traveling July 21st. And so now I'm getting to travel around and meet people safely. I think we're doing a pretty good job with protocol so far, each city that I've gone to. And yeah, I'm grateful to be back to work.
It's been a challenging.
Yeah, it has. It's, you know, it's an interesting thing that both of our children are really happy and just very positive kids, and you would never know on the outside how they've had to deal with this pandemic. But honestly, both of them are really dealing with some of that anxiety and like what's next and the fear of kind of like what does the future look like. So it took its toll, I think, on both of the kids.
And what do you miss most? What have you missed most?
Human contact.
Yeah, amen.
Yeah, we've missed our family, as most of you. You know, my mom, who is going to be 93, and that was a long haul before I could see her safely. And, you know, my niece had another baby, and we didn't get to meet the baby. You know, those were the hardest things, was missing human contact with family and friends. You did the best that you could with FaceTime, right? Weren't we all grateful that we could at least try to see each other as best as we could? But yeah, those were the losses, I think, for all of us.
I want to open it up too. If we have any questions for
Yeah.
Jody, please feel free to
absolutely.
come up, or you guys.
I actually have one, and then I have to go sell a house. So, like, I have a meeting. I have a comment and a question. First, my dad passed in 2019, 2019. We went and saw you do Candlelight Processional in 2018 and met you there, and that was like the very last thing, because like after that he became just not as mobile and stuff to be able to do much, and so that was like, you know, meeting you and you doing that, it was such a good like blessing for him, and just appreciate that you did it and that you do Candlelight Processional, and that you really like back up like what you say in Candlelight Processional.
I love Candlelight,
yeah.
and I'm so glad that you and your dad were able to come and that I was able to meet you. That's really special. But yeah, Candlelight is another thing I miss so much. I'm not sure when that will be able to happen again at the park safely. It is an outdoor amphitheater, though, so that's really a good thing. But yeah, it does mean something to me. You know, to me it isn't, and I say it every time I narrate, and I guess I've narrated for 12 years, but they're just not words on a page for me, you know, like a script.
Right.
Like, here's your script. And it's so fun to get to share such a beautiful holiday at the most beautiful place on the earth for me, which is Walt Disney World, that I love, and then to be with our wonderful Disney family. So it's a perfect way to celebrate the holiday for our family. We really enjoy it.
And to Sean's point, as I've gotten to know you over the years, the authenticity of this woman.
Oh, that's
is
sweet.
because, you know, you and I was saying this to somebody earlier, you meet somebody who's, you know, really sweet, really kind, and you wonder, they really like that? Yeah. Well, she is.
You could talk to my husband wherever my husband is, and I'm sure he'll tell you the truth. Oh, there he is. He's like hiding behind his mask right now. He has seen the good, the bad, the ugly after 37 years.
But honestly,
well, that's very sweet.
And
very
you're
sweet.
You're one of those people that whenever I see you, my heart's lifted.
Oh, that's so sweet. I feel that way about you.
You better.
I feel like whenever I see Pete, we always have fun together. There's always a lot of laughing, and I like that.
And again, you know, somebody was asking me earlier, you know, the best part of my job. It's really hard to say one thing. Certainly you guys, but I get to call this incredible woman a friend.
Yeah, we're friends.
And that's a good job.
Yeah, it's
That's
good.
a really, really good job. And you are so generous with your time. And, you know, the first podcast cruise we did, you know, we were really worried because we had a lot of people that all wanted, like, and we were trying to like, because we had like we set time, like
There
this
was
is
a
the time
schedule.
for this
Yeah,
and a schedule.
there was a schedule.
Not with her.
Not
with her. She stayed. She talked to every person. She signed every autograph. She took every picture. She wasn't done until they were done.
Yeah.
And at that moment, I'm like, okay, real deal. Real deal.
Poor Anne, my handler and friend, she doesn't ever get to use the ladies' room, so it's bad. We'll go a good 4 or 5 hours straight through it. Some of the different kinds of events that we do, where people are waiting in a line for 2 hours, 2.5 hours, 3 hours, and you're just like, I'm not gonna go take a lunch break. I mean, that's just ridiculous. And they're sitting on concrete floors. I'm like, no, we can't do that. We gotta be able to see each person and make that connection with each person, not just put my head down and sign, oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for, I see that
Well,
around
what
me, and I'm like, I don't want to do that.
What I love is that you appreciate how people feel about you and your work.
Well, I appreciate their connection with Ariel and with the film, and a lot of times, though, Pete, it's not really how they're connecting to me. It's that when they see me, I trigger the memory of when they saw the film, and they have an emotional response to that. Sometimes it's tears, sometimes it's silence, sometimes it's happy, sometimes it's not happy. And it's an interesting thing, and no one knows when they're waiting in the line how they're going to respond until they come to a table and they actually sort of see
There you
me.
are, yeah.
And then it hits them like a flood. And the thing that's so amazing to me is that it's just me and the guest, and I get a window into their memory recall that they're going through. It's like this really special connection. But again, it's not always it's not me. It's,
right,
it's
but it was,
the film and the character.
I understand, and I really respect that. I really do. But it's your talent, your soul, poured into that.
Yeah.
That created that emotional connection. Am I right?
Yeah, it's I get to be a little part of that, and it's
I
just
could have
a neat thing.
sung that role.
Yes.
And I think it would have gone differently.
It was funny when Roy Disney was alive. He was just an amazing guy, and kind of like a father sort of figure to me. And I always was in such awe when I was in his presence. And he was so kind, but like when I would tell him, and we'd have these conversations like about Ariel and about the Little Mermaid and this connection, and he just said, it's like you have embodied her, you brought her life. And that's sort of like my animator Glenn Keane would explain to you if he were here. He'd say the character doesn't come alive until there's the voice. So it's just sort of this embodiment with it. But I would laugh with Roy because I thought, what would happen if I, Jody, didn't like people, or like I didn't, you know what I mean? Like didn't like groups, or wasn't an extrovert, or didn't like children. What would this be like?
Be a good movie.
It would be like,
That'd be a good movie.
Wouldn't that be
with the anti-Jody.
Yeah, and I was like, and he's like, that because you're so connected to families and to children, and you enjoy meeting strangers. I meet strangers all day for these events for 8 hours. And he's like, what would happen? What would that be like? So I don't know. We just thought that was kind of a funny thing. And so I really feel like it's been a perfect sort of little miracle that I've blended with Ariel and have made this connection. Because when I think about the reverse, it would be kind of funny. I don't know what that would look like.
Al, I'm certainly glad you made that connection.
Yes.
I think everybody's really glad you made that connection.
I am too. I'm grateful.
So
that kind of bleeds into the question I was going to ask, actually. So when you're actually performing, and obviously you do Ariel and Barbie and other characters too. So of course with the Little Mermaid or any of the extras, or the sequels, you have the whole script. But when you're doing other things, like I'm a really big fan of the Kingdom Hearts video game series, but you are, and obviously you do the voice still, and I've always just wondered and wanted to ask, and there's so many people online that ask, and they're like, if anyone ever gets the chance, ask her. Are you just very confused as to what's happening? Because like you only have that one chunk, and they're talking about like, we're fighting Heartless and we're doing this, and if you're not familiar, do you need to conceptually know what's going on, or do you just like, I'm just gonna read this and like be Ariel for whatever this is? I don't know what this is.
No, that's a great question. For me, I feel like when I go to work, it's really the director that steps in, and they start to storyboard the imagination and get me to where I need to be. So they've kind of connected all those dots for me so that it makes sense.
Gotcha.
So that I'm not just saying words.
Yeah.
It has to mean something. So they give me all the context. And these directors for animation, they're very physical, and a lot of them are actors themselves, and it's fascinating. So they can sit down in front of me in the booth, and they can start telling me what's happening, and then whoosh, and then this happens over here, and then he comes in, whoa, are you going to do that? You know, and they do all the voices.
Yeah.
And so they'll set you all up, and they'll yell at you and ready, okay, and take one. So they get you right to that point, and then you'll just go right into your scene.
Gotcha.
So we have so much that's given to us, you know, from the directors. So when I think of like Ralph Breaks the Internet, you know, I have Clark right there in the booth with me, and he's playing all the princesses, and he's playing all the parts, and he's getting me right to the moment where it's my line and go. So that's really helpful.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So we don't have scripts, and on purpose for safety and security and non-disclosure agreements and all that. We're not supposed to have scripts, but it has to make sense. Yeah, you sign NDAs.
Right, but they don't give you a script?
No, you don't have a script because it's not safe or secure. But I will have my lines within a script. I will have a couple 3 pages here and a couple 3 pages, and then you sign that NDA. And the things that I'm working on now, I can't talk about.
You have a script of your stuff.
Lines, and sometimes I just have my line.
Your lines.
That's it. I don't even have the person speaking before or after me. That's why the director is so necessary.
That's a great question.
Literally, like every
they're
fan
fun
group
to watch.
wants to know. Like they're like, there's no way these people who voice these characters in the games and all this stuff with what's going on that they are like, I don't know what this is. Like this is a really weird.
They really
thing.
should videotape the directors because they are fascinating to watch when they're really, really good, and they are just full on doing this entire production in front of me that they get you right where you need to be. So they're wonderful.
Thank you.
Wow.
Good question.
I don't know how long we have you for.
I'm just hanging out. Well, you just do
Cool.
what anybody tells me. Ann tells me what to do. She'll
All right. I mean,
she's
we'll take some
fine.
questions if you.
Yeah, if you have any questions, pop that up. That's fine.
Hop on up to the table. Not on the table, to the table.
Yes, don't hop up on top of the
while
table.
we're waiting, I'll tell you just a quick comment and question. Me and my wife met you for the first time yesterday.
Yes, I remember.
You meet for the first time a voice actor, and then sometimes like, oh, I didn't see that, and then when we met you, we're like, yes. Absolutely, this is the living embodiment of what we would have expected. So just beautiful charisma, and is awesome to be here with you today. Question though would be, I'm curious. You mentioned children. What was it like for them to grow up with their mom as being Ariel?
Yeah, well, it was interesting because our son McKinley, who's 22. We showed him the film, the VHS, probably when he was 2. And I was trying to figure, of course, he would come to work with me all the time right after he was born. He was probably 6 weeks old, and he was coming to the studio with me. But the way we did it is we put the VHS in, and I stood next to the TV. And so when Ariel would speak and sing, I was doing it along with the VHS. and his head just, back and forth and back and forth. And I know it was like really weird. And all of a sudden he made the connection. He's like, Mommy, you're Ariel. And I said, yes, I am. So he just kind of went with that, and
how old was you? Said
about
he was?
2.
2, oh, wow.
He was about 2. But then a weird thing happened, and it took my husband and I a little while to figure it out. Then whenever I would be going to work, and he'd come to work with me because there'd be like a play place for him at Disney with toys, and everybody knew him, and they'd occupy him while my husband would play with him and stuff while I'd work. So when I would start, then the tears would start. So once I started singing, then the tears would start. No sing, Mommy. Mommy, no sing. So I had a son who didn't want me to sing to him because he correlated when I sang, he couldn't stay right there with me. It's like when Mommy sings, she's not going to be with me. So it was kind of it was difficult, especially like with symphonies or a symphony orchestra. He would come with us to the symphony. He'd watch the rehearsal. But the second I would get up and start singing, the tears would start. Mommy, no sing. No want Mommy to sing. So here I am, any other kid would be like, I wish my mom was Ariel, but we had a son who would be like, no, we don't want you to sing. But again, it was that connecting the dots, that meant we were going to be separated for a few minutes or for 45 minutes of a set of a symphony show.
Sure.
But eventually, as he got a little bit older, obviously, he was probably by that time maybe 5, then it settled back down, But there was that between 2 and 5. It was pretty rough. Challenge.
How about any questions?
Nice.
Really?
A quiet group. A quiet group.
Jenny's got one.
Jenny has one.
Come on to the microphone, love. You actually sit here. I mean, Sean had to leave, so.
Jody,
yeah.
You want me there?
Yeah, you could sit here.
Okay. All right. I was just gonna sit where Tigerette's at.
Jody, she's gonna ask it right there. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Jody, I have just a personal message, and my little heart is beating right now because it's regarding my youngest. So years and years ago, on the podcast cruise, my youngest sang for you, and then we saw you at one of the parks recently, not too recently, but Andy was really struggling with, do I take a huge student loan and all this personal debt and go, because the dream was to go to New York City, right? Don't we all have that dream? I think we do. And do I take on all this personal debt, all this student loan, debt, or do I get college done here and then go to New York? And you looked at Andy and said something to the effect of, New York will be there for you. Yeah. Get it done here and then go to New York when it's time without all that debt, without all of that, just weighing you down.
That extra baggage, yeah.
You just spoke to them just some peace. And so from one mom to another, I want to thank you for that.
Oh, that's
and
sweet.
Andy texted me earlier and said, if you get to talk to Jody, could you relay that message?
Oh, that's
they
so
are
sweet.
there now. We moved
Oh.
Andy up to New York City at the end of July last year.
Wow.
And so they are totally living their dream right now. so
Oh,
thank
that's
you for
great.
that.
Oh, that's
Thank
Isn't that
wonderful.
awesome?
That's awesome.
That's
Thank you
awesome.
for sharing that story. Tell her congratulations. Yeah. Yeah, everybody's journey's a little bit different. Everybody's story's a little bit different. So, when I'm meeting with young people and they ask these great questions like, how do I do this, or how do I reach this goal? And I try to take each person in an individual basis rather than just kind of one generic answer. But it's a journey, for each one of us. Absolutely. Did you have a question, sweetie?
Yeah.
Hi, my name is Brooke. So my question, actually, when I got back to my hotel last night, I was surprised that The Little Mermaid was on, so of course I had to watch it.
Oh, good.
But I'm kind of ashamed to admit that I didn't remember certain parts. It's been a few years.
Oh, that's okay. I don't remember parts either, so it's okay.
So is there any parts that you do remember that if you could go back, like, are there any lines that you wish you could fix, or parts of the story that you wish you could change? I know you're not the director, but
Yeah. You know, we talked a little bit about this at the panel yesterday, and it is a bit of a challenge for me to listen to Part of Your World. Just a little bit.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, and it you know, because I'm kind of critiquing a few things, but again, like I explained yesterday, it's not a perfect pass, but it's a perfect rendition of Ariel's heart where she is and telling her story. But it's
Okay, this
not,
being hard on yourself,
no,
and then this
it's just,
stop it.
No, it's just like, I think as a vocalist, I, as every vocalist, I'm sure, it's difficult to listen back, you know, without, but again, it's a human instrument. You know, your voice is a human instrument, and everything affects your voice. The temperature, the weather, your emotions, you know, everything affects your vocal cords. So they're never perfect, ever, you know. But again, the song Part of Your World is really a monologue that happens to be put to pitch, which turns into a song. But it was meant to be a monologue. You know, if it wasn't a song, it would just be her sharing her heart. So I'd love probably to have another pass at it, but here's the beauty of it. I get to sing the song almost every week. So times 34 years. So I've had plenty of opportunities to make little slight changes, and it's like I get a new fresh pass at it each time with an audience. Now, you're probably not going to be able to tell the difference, you know, because my job is to sing it the way I did in the studio so that you can have that memory and that recall of when you saw the film for the first time. That's my job. My job is not to change the interpretation of the song. So yeah, that would probably be the thing that I would have liked to have another shot at.
Thank you.
All right. We're going to actually wrap up this segment, take a little bit of a break.
Great.
Coming up next, John Morris, the voice of Andy in Toy Story, is going to be joining us at 4 o'clock. So we'll take 15 minutes and be back here.
Thank you.
Back here then. Thank you so much, Jody Benson, everybody.
Thank you.
I don't know how.
Like how many you've been up here the whole
So when I'm 14, how are you guys going to break them up? Are there like 10, 10, 10? I think I got one good one. If someone likes more. Oh, thank you, Jody.
So fabulous. Oh my gosh. Thank you. We're going to crack into them.
That is the worst store ever. Yeah, if you, but if you want the best one in our opinion, is with the special edition.
Yes,
that was the white chocolate. Oh, you know the white chocolate macaroon?
You guys won and I were like, oh my goodness. And my daughter's like, you're the cutest thing. Yes. Oh my God. It's so much. Corey's the best. He is. He is. So good.
I think Corey knows what's here. I can't hit you. You'll never forget that from me. Right. Right.
Thank you. Yay. How was it? You guys were amazing. Thank you so much. Yeah, yeah. It's so fun. And you know, I was going to say it.
I'll send it to you. Yeah, I'm always in Disney Springs.
Well, I am too. I'm motoring here all the time.
We've learned if you want the merch, it's like there. Don't think twice. Just get it, because it will be gone. Actually, it's one I have to show you. Between that and Boardwalk, because we put a Boardwalk to have that, that was like, thank you. Thank you for everything. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah. Always, constantly.
How are you? I'm good. Oh, good. I won't keep you too long. Thank you. Hey, we're just giving the team. How sweet is that? You're so sweet. Thank you.
And I'm so say thank you on behalf of you all the people that you're here spending your time. I was lucky enough that your kids will get you.
I did?
Yeah, we really so blessed. Thank you.
Okay. Is that what we do next? Okay, sure. That sounds fine.
Hello. Hi.
Awesome.
Could you briefly just tell me how wonderful Howard actually was?
Oh, yeah.
Good. Just want to make sure he was an excellent guy. He was moody.
So when he was quiet and like people thought he was in the mood, he just was like very sharp and very empathetic. He started out as a performer himself, and started playing an actor and turning into a director that had a real heart for actors. And it's so easy to understand his direction.
I saw in the documentary how he encouraged your performance and showed you exactly what to go hit this line, not that line. And he was that way, right?
Yes, but I wanted him to do that.
Right.
I asked him to kind of smooth me because it was right the way he was doing it. But he didn't want to do that. I was like, well, I just want you to my sister she does that. I gave him information.
Great to meet you. Thank you very much.
She's a child.
And seriously, thank you.
I saw your picture with Pat. You looked amazing.
I still think about your performance you did on the cruise, the Les Mis. I still think about that. How many years ago was that? Blew the audience away.
Yes.
You stunned us. Yes.
How are you guys? God bless.
I'm LSU. I remember we were at SEC
We're not looking good. I don't want to jinx myself. Y'all take care. That was just one game. Yeah, that was. Oh yeah. I'm trying to get, if we can find sitters, I'm trying to get Julie. Last night, everybody's like, my sister plans out months ahead. I can't get on her books like a tattoo artist. I don't get on her books like, okay, I'll spend some money. I don't have to worry about all that. Yeah, right.
Last time I was here, I hadn't read it. That ruined my life. So now I practically know.
I had numbing thing, and every time you hit a fresh spot that I didn't have to do yet, I flinched.
Yeah, you'd be heartbroken, but I wouldn't want that person to be look at you and be like, oh, you don't want this stereotypical thing, so you can't do that. We'll take it. That's what it's called.
So you got this right now. Yeah, I don't really take care of it.
That's so special that you know that about to happen. There you go.
I finally got him, but working my way up. Hopefully Julie gets to come in.
You know what's funny? So these moms randomly know these jeans not to
I don't want to bring him to the event.
not very long ago. And they are so nice that they're like always
Name's Mark. I'm from New Orleans.
Oh.
So I just happened, I was on the chat. We're actually evacuated. This is my evacuation. But I was on the chat and they said, oh, the Knox came over. But the reason I wanted to talk to you specifically is I have a lot of friends in tennis.
I don't feel so much that,
And I was wondering, like, do you know Mikey Penfield by any chance? He was the, he was in the first float last time they ran.
Okay.
I know a bunch of guys.
It's a big crew.
It's the best crew to
It's a great. I miss it. I miss it.
Me too.
So much of the culture.
It's really strange.
Well, you know, I was in Coke.
Oh,
Right. So Arkansas for me starts on Friday, and preparing for Coke.
Right.
I'm like, because I was walking
with that.
Yeah, my buddy, he actually got married into Coke then. Which was awesome, so we got to go to the wedding. Yeah, my wife's a teacher, so we're always at about 6 parades a year.
Well, tell me one of the charitable.
We got my own hospital. Oh, it's the best. I always wondered if you might have known. Like, I know other people, like
I'm sure I bumped into him.
Sure.
I literally bumped into him.
He always tried, he was talking to my other friend and I about riding in COVID days.
Well, they recruited me. I was down
The only
there.
boring thing is taking
I was in New Orleans for Pecan. His uncle has been in Coke since he was a kid. He's like, come to our little party. Check out our party at the Hilton Church there. He bought me a ticket. I'm chatting with all the guys. They pretty much recruited me. Like, dude, come inside. I'm like, but Pete Fountain expensive.
How long were you doing that? Like, he was still around.
Oh, yeah. I heard of him with Pete.
He's awesome. He was so cool.
Oh, yeah, I've chatted with Pete and stuff. During that event.
Okay, good.
Pete Fountain.
Do you need anything? We're
And
gonna
so
run
the,
downstairs and get a snack. Do you want a snack?
So that was, I was in that. It sounded
Okay, do you want to, we
Right.
can bring it
You're
back
talking
to
like
you
$700
if you'd rather stay here.
Right.
It doesn't matter to us.
Never,
Come on down.
You can't carry.
no, you just walk into the pool.
Come on. Oh, I don't mind.
I have a friend that used to live on charter, so we'd always be there.
I know.
Wait for feedback.
I just
Right.
We start Zulu. We start So they recruited me.
of what you buy, just so I have a guide, because I don't know how long the route is, and I don't know.
And it's a huge route.
It is a huge route, and so I just doubled the order.
Right.
And those guys were like, "What are you? We have nowhere to stand, Corey. Like we are literally on top of bags, and we start rolling. Like,
Yeah, that makes sense.
everybody's trying to throw my beads from underneath my feet so we can all stand. Oh, but it's like, all right, I gotta cut down the.
It makes it better than the Friday night cruise that don't throw anything at anybody.
I mean, I had so much stuff left when I get to Canal Street, and that's towards the end.
Right.
And I'm just telling everybody's running out. Like, dude, throw my stuff. I can't walk off of this float with stuff.
That's awesome. Yeah, we live in Gentilly, so we're always like, well, it's either, actually, the last year, we would normally come here Mardi Gras week. So as soon as Mardi Gras is over, we're in the car and we get on our way to here.
Oh yeah, that's how it happens. That's how I used to skip Mardi Gras.
Right.
The crazies come into New Orleans, we go to Walt Disney.
But now I miss it.
Yeah, my parents, they stayed at my sister's house. And then when the electricity came back on, they went back.
Where do they live?
My sister lives in, my parents live on the West Bank. They live in Brentwood.
Okay.
Right, Garden Park. I grew up in Harvey.
Right. My uncle used to live in kind of Harvey Griffin.
Yeah,
like
okay.
way down, like if you went down Wall Boulevard.
Okay. Yeah, I grew up in, I went to Shaw High School.
Yeah.
Yeah. Graduated Shaw in 1995.
My wife teaches at Brickellage.
Okay. When I worked there, like.
That would work. Hey, your problem is you just don't talk into the mic.
Do you have a camera on you? Okay.
I do.
You do?
Yeah.
All right, everyone. Oh, God, it sounds like God. Echo through the room. All right, everyone, welcome back. Let's get a quick update on where we are with our auction. As of right now, we have raised $167,555. So we're off to, I mean, we've really got I'm going to say we're off to a good start. Oh my God, no, we're in the home stretch. But couple things, couple of items I wanted to point out. It's a display of like Disneyland sunglasses circa 1950s, and there's still one pair of sunglasses left. This is item 6128. It's only $14 right now. So little opportunity to pick up some vintage Disneyland stuff. If you like eating out of other people's bowls, here are some bowls from Kitchen Cabaret. And apparently people do like eating out of other people's bowls. This is item number 3001. And oh my God, everybody, if we could like not talk so loud, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. There are three bowls here. Item 3001. Right now, this item going for $161. This item, as I drop it on my computer, what could go wrong? Item 6050. This is a bulb from the Osborne Spectacle of Lights in a cute little display. This item going for $183 right now. Item 6050. And let's see. The meal set. Let's take a look at this kids meal set. This also looks pretty retro here. This is item 3005, and this is going for $50 right now. And you've got a plate, a cup, and a small bowl. And we're going to make Rhino eat off these. And then last year, our last auction, this was a really, really, really hot item, mainly because I was bidding on it and got into a bidding war with somebody. But this is the DVC Monopoly game. This is item number 205, currently going for $318. Now, they took my pictures away. The Jody Benson autograph photos sold out almost immediately. She is signing more, so more will be going back on there. These are for a $100 donation. You get these autograph photos. Pat Sajak, there's still some of those photos available. Again, $100 donation, and you get those. And some of our other guests that are coming up are also, Tony Baxter, for example, will be autographing a number of photos that we'll be adding to the auction. So, and remember, it's $100, but it's going to an incredible cause. I'm so thrilled. $167,555 so far. It's jumping by leaps and bounds. Auction is going on until 6 p.m. I said, right? Yeah. See, it's so sad. There's no memory. It's going on until 6 p.m. But the chances to win two veranda. We're raffling off 2 veranda staterooms on the podcast cruise for next year, May 16th through the 20th, for $5 a chance. And of course, Sean Falk's an incredibly generous donation of a Backstage Magic, Adventures by Disney Backstage Magic vacation, also being auctioned, raffled off $5 a chance. If you spend $5 on a raffle ticket and you win a cruise or a Backstage Magic, that's a good $5. That's a good $5. So again, available, all available on the auction site, gktw.org/DizFamAuction. And so those, the staterooms and the ABDs are being raffled until the start of the party tomorrow night. But everything else in the auction ends at 6 p.m., a little under 2 hours from now, 6 p.m. Eastern Time. There has been a slight change in plan. We're actually going to talk about this community in Lake Nona that Disney is rumored to be building. And I am joined by two of the realtors that work with me on moving to Orlando. On my left, Danielle George.
Hello.
And on my right, Drake Shadwell.
Hey, everybody.
And this is Danielle's first live show. And you know, the audience has thinned out a little bit from the last piece, and she's like, oh, thank God.
This is my first moving to Orlando show at all. So
That's true.
Thank you
That's
guys
true.
for holding with me today.
If you saw the dining review she joined us on a few weeks ago at Tusker House, did an awesome job. Did an awesome job.
Thank you.
Right? Yay. So, and of course, he's terrible on camera.
Oh, I'm the worst.
He's the worst.
I stay super far away from my mic, I've learned. So if you see me really close, like just pretty much right here, it's because I've been getting notes.
Is there feedback coming off these?
Oh.
Oh, they got a crap speaker in here.
Oh, yeah, no, only the best.
Only the best. And, you know, I realized, too, I didn't stop and take a moment to recognize my amazing producer, Mr. Craig Williams.
Thank you.
And Rhino Clavin was here.
He's getting food.
He's getting food. Oh, it's feeding time for Rhino. So, but I wanted to talk about this the community that Disney is allegedly building with Sunbridge in Lake Nona. Now, of course, I had written an article on moving to Orlando several months ago, speculating that there was going to be a move out of Burbank of some of Disney's executive offices into Lake Nona. And I figured there was absolutely no way. There was no way they were going to do that and not build another master plan community. This is what they did with Celebration. They wanted to move some of the executive offices out of Lake Buena Vista. They created the master plan town of Celebration, built these offices, these massive office complexes, and moved all their Disney executives into it. So when they talked about, when the rumor was that they were going to start, because they're pissed off at California, they're going to move people out of California, put them in Lake Nona. I'm like, there's no way they're not going to build a community. But when they made the announcement, it was just the executives, no community. But now we're hearing that they're building a 55 and up community in Lake Nona. I don't believe this is official yet. I don't believe it's official yet. But the first thing I started thinking about is, what were they going to call this? And there were two names. There were two names that really spoke to me. So the people who know what I'm about to say are laughing. The first, I thought, Celebrate a Hip. I'm in this age group, I can say that, okay? But the one I really, really like is the experimental prototype community of old timers, or EPCOOT. I don't care what Disney calls it. That community is now EPCOOT. But you know, when I wrote that article back, I think it was in January, and we did a show on it, we started doing some speculation about if they did another celebration. We weren't thinking 55 and up, but if they did another celebration, what would we like to see? What kind of community would we like to see them build? You know, we've seen Celebration. You know, there's Golden Oak. But, you know, like one of the things I remember throwing out there is I would love to see them, you know, because you remember, Epcot is experimental prototype community of tomorrow. You know, Walt wasn't planning a theme park. He was planning a city. And the People Mover was an idea that came from that. That was going to be like a form of transportation in that city. And so I talked about, wouldn't it be cool if they put a People Mover in, and you guys went nuts. You were like, I'm moving in. I don't care what they're charging for it. If I get to live in a town with the Disney People Mover, I'm in. And I feel the exact same way, and we will be very happy to sell you a house there. Okay, that's depressing. I get these like news alerts, like God, that's so depressing. So I wanted to I wanted to talk a little bit about, now that we know that, or we're pretty sure they're going to be building this. What do we think? What do we think they're going? You know, what they can do? What would we like to see them do? And I'm going to want some feedback from you guys, but I want to hear from you. Let's start with you, Drake. What do you think? What would you like to see?
Well, I think Danielle and I actually talked about this. It was one of the first things we both thought of was exactly what you're talking about with the People Mover, transportation. With a 55 and up community,
I'm sorry. I didn't realize you were still here.
I just sold a house, so I can't.
He just sold a house.
You just sold a house.
Thanks for joining us.
Oh, look, if you had to clap every time he sold a house, you'd be clapping a lot. So Sean Falk is back with us. I'm so sorry. I thought you'd left.
No, I was just like, I don't think this. Oh, there it is. I was just like on phone calls, so that was.
Okay.
I was outside, but like on the phone.
So we're talking about. I'm calling it EPCOOT. Experimental Prototype Community of Old Timers.
Okay.
It was either that or Celebrate a Hip.
Okay.
But I like EPCOOT. And we're talking about like what we're thinking, what we'd like to see in a Disney plan community.
Okay.
And Drake was just getting ready to.
Transportation is, it's one of the it's something when in a 55 and up community you need to be considerate of, because being involved in a community is tough when you can't get around. And that, having the People Mover, having an easy way to either get into the parks or get to places if it's big enough inside the entire community. So transportation was first thing that came to my mind, because Disney's so good about it. You have the monorail, you have their entire bus system they've come out with, you have the Skyliner. Like, they have made transportation in between their parks a huge priority. And so if in this community they took that same mindset of like, okay, let's make sure everyone can get everywhere so it doesn't feel like you're trapped in your own little park. Like, that was huge to me.
And I think especially in a community that is focused on 55 and up, having inventive or reliable transportation options that just make it easy to get around town is not a terrible.
It would. And one of the things I always said about 55 and up communities is having the golf carts riding around everywhere. I mean, that's also so fun to get around all the communities. But I agree with Drake about the transportation to and from the parks. Even if it's an on-call service, if they could wait maybe 15, 30 minutes, that might be helpful than just having, one single driver coming to pick up one single family.
Mm-hmm.
which they might have something like that because Golden Oak has that as a feature for the people that live there. Of course, Golden Oak's on property, and Lake Nona's probably half an hour from here, 35 minutes, so might not have something quite to that degree. But did we get confirmation that they've said 55 plus or anything, or no?
It's rumor, but it's the same rumor mill that talked about them moving out of California,
right.
And that turned out to be right. And there's no way they're going to follow the Celebration model.
Mm-hmm.
They're definitely not going to do the Golden Oak model. But I didn't see the 55 and up one coming. I thought that was a really unique spin on this.
Mm-hmm.
So now you've been in a lot of these communities. So what are some of the things you've seen, Sean, in some of these communities that you think might?
First of all, I love 55 and up communities. I wish there was something like that that you didn't have to be 55 and up to go to, because it is like, and we haven't done a show on 55 plus, and we will. And the reason is because of the pandemic. It's just not been as easy to get into film, because I think with a 55 plus place, it's not just about the house, it's about the community itself and where you want to live. And so there's different 55 plus places that I compare to cruise lines, and that's kind of my best way to go about that. So if you are somebody who likes more of a carnival style cruise, you would like the Villages. It's definitely a party.
Old drunk people.
Oh, it's a party.
My mother would love that.
It's a party
She's gonna kill
place
me.
for the Villages. So it's the carnival style of that. Really, really, really big. Just lots of activities, lots of stuff to do. But it's like line dancing and those types of activities that they have going on. Whereas like right near here, there's the Four Seasons by K. Hovnanian, not the hotel.
Yeah, it's not like Four Seasons.
That Four Seasons. That's maybe more like a celebrity cruise. It's nice, but the activities are going to be more like golfing. There's like Pilates in the morning and yoga, and it's going to be a slower pace, but it's a little more upscale.
You're blowing my mind right now, just the concept. Can you imagine if they created a community that modeled a lot of things with Disney Cruise Line?
Mm-hmm.
It's going to be a whole lot of people yelling, "Take my money."
Yeah. Oh yeah. And that's really been, there isn't one that
We've already got one hand up.
Right. There isn't one that I've found yet to compare with Disney Cruise Line, just because Disney Cruise Line is so relaxing. It's very, there's the dining and the options and stuff. So if it's anything like what they've done with Golden Oak, and if they want that celebration feel, I assume that's the direction they'll take it, and we'll get that Disney Cruise Line level of like a housing community, which would be really cool.
Can you? I can't. And I'm old enough. I'm old enough for a 55 and up. God help me, I'm old enough for a 55 and up. But
That's where you're gonna go, Pete.
that's going to be where they send me, the place they send me to run free.
Well, I think I do want to just throw in too. I think it's because like when you're looking at 55 plus, it's cyclical, because if let's say you are a couple that's 55, and a lot of people, you're retiring from New Jersey, and you're like, let's go down, and then other couples, within the next couple of years, you talk it up. Florida's amazing. You got to come here and live in this community, because you don't want to go live in that other one because everybody there's like in their 80s, but they're in their 50s here. So like then you get this collective of people who maybe 10 years ago this community was 55, because obviously now, 55, there's people who live into the their hundreds at this point. So there's still a huge age gap, but it tends to be this community would be, it's mostly people 55 to 65. And this one now is 75 to 85. But at the beginning, it wasn't like that. They just aged together as a thing because people don't really sell and move out too much. So I think that's the other thing with the Disney one that would be really good, is that it will skew towards people from probably 55 to 75. And that's, like my mom, she's 58, but for her, she's always told me, she's like, 58's not like it was like when my grandma was 58. Like, she's like, that was a whole other thing. She's like, but for her, she still does everything. Like, she's not old or anything. So she's like, why would I go to a 55 plus place? Like, that's for old
I'm going to
people.
tell you something. My mother's turning 91 in a few months. She still she gets around. She goes grocery shopping. She goes to the doctor.
Exactly.
Gets her nails done, and God bless.
Yeah, so I think they're doing
And
a great
thank God,
job.
because that means I don't have to drive her to do those things.
Mm-hmm. So honestly, most of the 55 up places, they are more of like just a celebration of like, we're retiring or our kids are graduated and they're kind of young families now and all this stuff. So it tends to be in that group, and I love that for Disney because we're getting a 55 and up community that's just starting. So everyone is in that very active status. They all want to go to Disney, and there's always these groups and stuff in the communities that they're like, oh, we're a Disney group, and we go to the parks. And especially if you're someone who, like my mom, she's 58, but she's single because my dad died, so she's not going to get remarried. I don't think she's one of those people that's ever going to date again or something. But this is she can meet other people in the same part of her life as her and be like, hey, I have a somebody to go do stuff with and do things I love. Disney, they have travel groups. They have where they're like, oh, we do Adventures by Disney together, or we do these things together, and you can really make great lifelong friendships with these people, and you can still have your kids come visit. You usually get like 2 months is like how long you can have guests for, just depending.
And I also I think that, you know, if we think about the demographic, right, in our community, right, as Disney fans, plenty of us in that 55 and up range. We know from real experience, a lot of you are interested in moving to Orlando. So this, I'm very intrigued to see what they end up doing. Because to appeal to the market that exists, they're going to have to bring in, I think they're going to have to bring in more Disney elements. More Disney elements than we see in Celebration, for example.
And I'm really excited about that. Like, that they might hone in and tailor in on that Disney, that what makes them special, what makes Disney special. And instead of just trying to make a nice 55 and up community, understand who is going to be buying these homes. They're going to be the executives coming from California, but they're also going to be just general Disney fans that want to go to the parks all the time, that want to go on DVDs.
I think the executives are going to end up in Lake Nona.
Yeah,
and this is going to be I don't know why I think that. But I would think the executives would end up in Lake Nona. But I'd be interested to see, what would you want? We got a mic set up over here if you want to come up and talk or ask us a question about anything related to moving to Orlando. But what would you guys want to see? What would I definitely see some heads bobbing, talking about, you know, we would move to a community like that. I'd love to hear what some of you would be interested in, what you would be looking forward to. But before we do any of that, just a reminder to everyone, you can head over to movingtoorlando.com, and we have a form on the site there that you can fill out if you're interested in getting more information on this community as more information is released. We're not going to blow you up. We're just as information comes out, we'll let you know. Of course, if you are interested in moving to the Orlando area, fill out the contact form, and one of our great agents will be more than happy to help you. So, hello, sir. What's your name?
My name is Jeffrey. I actually live in Phoenix right now. My mom lives in Wisconsin. My brother's in South Carolina. And we've actually discussed kind of what we want.
Let's just get a little closer to that mic for me, please.
But when we're looking at plans in the condos, what we see right now, they're mostly like 2 bedrooms max. And so my mom needs a project room as well. So, but she doesn't want a house because she doesn't want all that to take care of. So maybe something with that in mind, with maybe larger family coming in to visit as well, is probably a good idea. But also for naming, Shady Pines.
Oh. No, it has to be Epcot.
And that was one of my points, was that I was wanting to see more single family homes in this community just for that reason, for that space. because in accessibility wise, having like an apartment or a townhome might be a little bit tougher, with stairs and stuff like that. So I thought even having like a 3-bedroom single family, but containing that space a little bit better.
And just if I could ask everybody to do me a favor, please put your phones on silent for me. I really would appreciate that. What about anybody else? Any ideas?
I'll give you some examples of what they do in Golden Oak that you may just be like, hey, that's just cool things they do. So last time I was in Golden Oak showing homes, because every time I take somebody over there, we meet everybody and it's very communal. But they were getting ready they had shown the movie Sleepy Hollow in the park area. So they put up a screen. They showed Sleepy Hollow, and then they had like the Headless Horseman from the parks take some of one of the horses from the Wilderness Lodge and over the cabins, and they had him ride through.
Fort Wilderness.
Do what?
Fort Wilderness.
Yeah, Fort Wilderness. Yep. So at Fort Wilderness, they had the Headless Horseman on one of the horses from there. They rode him through the community and like turned the lights down and put these like spooky lights up for the movie. And then like during the movie, when on screen, when the Headless Horseman would go by, they had like the actual Headless Horseman go by, like you would see it. Mickey's Not So Scary leading the parade processional. So they had just done that, and then they were getting ready that night after it was done. They were taking everyone to the top of the Tower of Terror to have dinner. So they had tables and everything set up in the Tower of Terror ride to go have a meal. And this was during COVID and everything was closed, or like during the middle part of it where they weren't running fireworks, but they did actually let them do the practice run. Like they got to see the practice fireworks when they were shooting them off to I guess they were training people on what the new fireworks show was going to be. So they got to do all those things. I'm like, this is so cool. Like,
it is. But you're also like the cheapest house is $2 million.
Oh yeah.
So I'm thinking the Lake Nona thing is going to be closer to Celebration.
Exactly.
That would be amazing, right?
Yeah.
I mean, would be amazing.
It's one of those things where like the possibilities are there. So like if somebody wants to, obviously a scaled down version of that, but I do see them offering things like after hours events or whatever, because they do that for people who live in Golden Oak. They do go in after hours. They come in at on New Year's Eve. They bring them in to see fireworks at the end and stuff. So there are things that they have as options for people that live in those communities to pay to do, and some are just included things that they just let them do as like a thanks for living in our community. So. And
is that the membership, or is that just for living there?
It's the member. Well, you have a required membership to be there, so you have to be a member.
And that's one thing. That's one thing I don't know about with this community. Like, I think that's amazing, but I also know that that has to drive up your monthly cost with an HOA or whatever membership. And I'm really hoping that they focus on things that the community can do, like. I don't know, a garden comes in my mind of having these spaces that are available, and so that it's more about the community coming together. Because what you talked about earlier, they want those people that do similar things together. They want to organize things. And I'm excited to see those kinds of options coming into it, because I don't know if they do those kinds of things in Celebration versus Golden Oak. I know Golden Oak is just like this whole thing unto itself.
Yeah.
And I think of actually the Disney College Program housing. I don't know if you've looked over at that.
Yeah.
And I see a reflection of Disney taking the time to know exactly what demographic is going to be moving into their housing and building it, gearing it exactly towards them. And if they can do that for a 55 and up community, the way they did it for these colleges that were coming in, they hit it out of the park with those that dorm room style, like making them feel like they're still in college. Like, I don't think 55 and up community is interested in that feel, but they've proven they understand their demographics. They've proven that they can come up with these incredible, centered on what they want, and it's going to bring a community together. And so I don't know about having dinner up at the top of Tower of Terror, but if they
that'd be cool though.
Yeah, that would be really cool. maybe can't you just like call up Tower of Terror people and just maybe we can just have dinner there tonight?
Sneak in
Yeah,
there.
yeah, we can do that. Oh,
there are some extra features too. Like there's a 55 and up community near here that has a lazy river in it, and then in the morning time they run they use it as an exercise thing. So you walk against the way the lazy river is flowing, and so they'll have weights and they'll have stuff to do that with. So they run exercise courses and that kind of stuff with some things that are double features. So they'll have you can use the lazy river the rest of the day, but in the morning it's used for exercise for people to be able to walk against the current and kind of get some cardio in. Yes.
And I think it would be really cool too to have like restaurants on site.
Well, I
know.
absolutely. I mean,
But yeah, having the restaurants even expanding upon it to other shopping centers like a small CVS, Walgreens, and things like that.
Well, thinking from the standpoint of modeled after Disney Cruise Line, put Palo in Lake Nona. You get a lot of people going up to Lake Nona.
Mm-hmm.
You get a lot of people going up. I think that's about the only cruise line restaurant that's going to draw that. They're not going to have the excuse that we have to cook 1,200 meals at once. You're going to have to cook stuff to order, but Palo does that. So does Remy. I could see that, but what do you think a price point would be?
I don't think anything's going to be less than $500,000. Like I think, and that's going to be like condos, is what I'm guessing, like a 2-bedroom. So that would be my best guess of a point, but I have absolutely no idea what it's going to look like at that point. But I will say Disney uses really good builders, so they always use like custom builders. So this isn't going to be something that's like.
Well, there are people in Celebration that would beg to differ.
Well, yeah. Like for that. But as far as like their current contracts and everything, of the people they use and recommend, they are more custom builder side of things, and there'll be a few options, I'm sure, of customizable things you can do in your house, like no carpet or keeping everything on one story. And that tends to be an issue with 55 plus communities, is that they don't do a lot of 2-story homes because of it being 55 plus. So it takes up a lot more space because you can't build up, you kind of got to build out. But that definitely is going to be a big plus if they will add a lot more accessibility situations, like wider door frames. And Kay Hovnanian's a builder in this area, and they build everything they do is like accessibility focused. So the doorways are really wide, and the shower doorways and all that, so you can get wheelchairs in and out easily. And I like that they'll have some elements like that, I'm sure.
And just a quick update, auction is up to $181,000 raised. That is fantastic. I'm being handed something.
Steven said there's 10 of each of these online right now, signed by Tony Baxter.
10 of both of these?
Yeah, so I think 20 in total, 10 and 10.
Who is that he's with there?
Mickey Mouse.
No, this one. What is his name? I know his name.
Hold on, I can almost see it. It's like Ryan? Ken? No, the other one. That's 2 Tony Baxters?
What, Tony Baxter is with himself and Mickey Mouse in this picture?
I missed the question and now I'm embarrassed. Who's the guy?
That's what I was going for. I know the face, and I can't think of the name. So what this is all about?
Tom Staggs.
Oh, it is Tom Staggs. Oh, so there's a story. We've got these. How many of them do we have, Stephen? We have 10 of each of these photos of Tony Baxter, autographed by the man himself, up on our auction site right now. Going, was a $200 donation? $100 donation. I was trying to help you out. $100 donation. $100 donation. And I'm going to go ahead and commit to 5 of them right now. And I'm going to hand them out. I'm going to hand them out in here.
You got it.
All right?
There's something special about that note. That number is symbolic because it beats last year.
We beat last year?
That auction number already beats last year.
This 181,000 means we have beaten our last auction. I love that. And we still have an hour and 15 minutes left for the auction at 6 o'clock Eastern time. The auction will stop. But the experience, right, is it just the raffle stuff, Stephen?
Yeah, so the auction concludes at 6 p.m. and then the raffle will run through tomorrow.
And that's Sean's ABD, the
Cruise and ABD, those are the two.
okay.
How does that work? Like, when does it get drawn? Do you know?
Yes. So we have to get a lawyer do it on Monday morning.
Monday morning. Okay.
We got to let the lawyers.
If you want to do an Adventures by Disney, it'll be Monday. You can do that.
And this is killing me. Item number 13, doing a Disney dining show review with me. Current bid, $2,830. And that's item number 13. Item number 15, be a guest on the Tuesday show of the Diz Unplugged. That is currently going for $1,910 is the current bid. Meal with John and Kevin, $1,410. Evening at Disney Springs with Teresa, Kathy, Julie, Denny, and Jackie, going for $1,030. Christmas cookie stroll with Fiasco at Epcot, 800. The Festival of the Holidays, $870. And we've got 3 of the Pat Sajak autographed art remaining, $100 each. Yeah, and then, and these Tony Baxters are going, folks. These Tony Baxters are going. So gktw.org/DizFam auction. Some great items, some great items. It's really exciting. I'm really thrilled we beat last year. I'm really thrilled we beat last year. And then, of course, you know what's going to happen. You know what's going to happen at 5:50 p.m.? That's what we are all kind of just like, oh, please. Please. That was, for those who weren't with us last year, I won't mention the company. The company we were using to host our auction couldn't handle what happened in the last 10, 15, even though we warned them, because they'd done the previous auction with us. And we'd had the same problem at the end where their servers crashed. And they swore to us they'd fixed it and they were ready and they put all these extra servers on and all this. What happened? What happened? It went south. So this time he picked the company. No, that was me. That was me. I'll own that. I'll own that. I'll own that. But if this goes south, you're under the bus.
So the Disney dining one, if they win that, Victoria and Albert?
No, because I'm not. I'm asked if they win the Disney dining. Is it Victoria and Albert's? No, because I'm not wearing a jacket to go to dinner. But we'll do something nice. Or, like, they might want something like Tony's Town Square. Maybe they want to be live. Maybe they want to be live for that reaction. Or better yet, Maria and Enzo's. Pizza Rizzo. We could be very creative. We could be very, very creative. So, like, everybody gets so excited about my rants. Here, if you're gonna spend $2,800 to have dinner, you might as well pick some place that you figure you're gonna get a live rant from. But it's fantastic. I love this stuff. I love this stuff. It's at 3. The review's at 3,000 now.
Oh, there you go. I think people didn't think about that element of it. They're like, oh, I'm gonna go to like Tecumate or something. Like I gotta get, which would be great. Like that. Highly recommend that.
I'll take you anywhere you want to go. Dinner's on me. I'll take you anywhere you want to go, but choose wisely. Choose wisely. Can be very entertaining, especially if you schedule it for later in the evening when I'm tired. Then you're going to get a show. But this is fantastic. This is just fantastic. Pay $3,000 to have dinner with me. God bless you. God bless you. I tell the my friends in my life when we go out to dinner, I'm like, people pay thousands of dollars for this. It's crazy. It's awesome. So, all right, let's go ahead and wrap. Unless we got something else we want to add, throw in. Any questions? We're gonna wrap up real quick. Please head up to the mic. I'm trying to go have a cigarette, and you're keeping me here.
I'm sorry.
I'm kidding.
More general question. With the hot housing market, obviously the pandemic has allowed more people to work remotely. Companies are allowing that. What is that doing to the Orlando market, and what do you see that doing going forward for more people being able to achieve that dream of living near the parks?
Well, last year, when we first started, it was almost everybody who emailed in was like, we're retiring in 5 years, or we're moving down and then we want to move, or we want to move our kids in a sophomore in high school, and then when they graduate as a senior, we want to move. And suddenly kids they weren't even finishing the school year in school anyway. They were at home, so they're like, well, if they're going to be homeschooled kinda and can stay in school, we might as well move now. Or who would have ever thought your company, you would never dream to go ask your company, hey, can I work from home, and not come to work every day and just work remotely? And now they're like, you have to work from home, and we'll still pay you what you were making in Massachusetts. And then you're like, well, cool, now I can, interest rates are super low, so I can move down to Florida, get myself a house that's less expensive than where I live now, and go ahead and do that. Now, we don't have the best internet everywhere here because we don't have fiber everywhere. So Pete does, but I don't in Kissimmee. So some people have been that's been an issue for them, but it just sped up everyone's timetable. So as bad as the pandemic is to that degree, it has allowed a lot of people flexibility to be able to do these things that they were like, oh, this was our dream in 5 to 10 years, but now suddenly they don't have to retire and they can move here and start living out the rest of their life the way they want to and have people commute. So I think it's just going to keep expanding from there as people are shifting jobs, because you're going to make a lot more money if you need to move jobs every couple of years. You really are going to just make more money switching to a different company and asking for more money than you are staying in the same company and trying to get raises within. And now is such a good opportunity for people to be like, you know what, I'm going to switch companies and I can do it remotely and move to Orlando or move wherever they feel comfortable and keep the same pay rate that they have.
And what do you think as far as the market? I get this question a lot. Is the market starting to calm down some? Are you seeing that?
I wouldn't say calm. I would say, well, it always depends on what price point you're in too. So the whole time, if you were above 500,000, there's some wiggle room and some things you can do. But if you're 250 to 400,000, it's one of those things where before there was 40 offers on a house, and now there's 5 as far as it's still quick, but there's just it's not going as high over asking. It's not as competitive as it was. And people talk all the time about housing bubbles and what's happening with that. But obviously there is a housing bubble to a degree where it's there's more people wanting to buy than there are homes that are available, and it drives the prices up. And people ask a lot, when's the bubble bursting, or when's it this other aspect of, back in 2008 or even in the 80s, how things were. And the bubble is going to burst when people can't rent anymore, and because rent prices have gone up so drastically high at this point, that now you price out the potential people who could have bought. Because I had people who last year were like, oh, we're going to rent for a year and then purchase something, and what they wanted to buy last year is no longer available, and they're like, well, now we can't the prices are higher and we can't get what we really wanted, but now they also can't keep renting because now their rent went up by several hundred more dollars a month. So they're like, we're priced out in both areas. And so I would be looking more at the long-term rental aspect of things to know when things are slowing down, because that's really when it prices out, because that's these new this new aspect. And there's something in Congress right now where they're trying to change the way credit works to a degree, where Congress essentially is trying to come up with their own credit to be an alternative option to like a FICO credit score. And this would open the doors a lot for people to be able to get better credit scores, because they can't report medical costs, like medical bills wouldn't be reported on it. And then it's reducing the time. So if you like miss a payment, now it's not on there for like 7 years. It's only gonna be on for like 4 if this passes through Congress. So that helps with people a lot there, but it also harkens back to some stuff that happened in 2008 where they said, well, we ran out of people to lend money to, so what if we just start doing subprime stuff where they're not really that? And it sounds like they're just trying to say, hey, like, let's just lower the threshold. Like, we'll just change the rule so that now it doesn't, and that's worrying
And
to me.
that notwithstanding, it's one of the arguments I hear all the time that with people trying to compare the current market to what happened in 2008. And it's true, there was high demand. It was definitely a seller's market in 2008. And yes, the bubble burst and damn near bankrupted the country. So there are similarities between the two, but it's the reason for the demand that's different. In 2008, the demand was coming from the fact that they were writing these loans they should not have been writing. No income loans, no income verification loans. They were giving these subprime loans to people that they knew couldn't pay it back. And they were bundling these. They were bundling these loans as AAA. And people were investing money in them thinking they were solid. And then guess what? These people weren't able to pay. And all this money got lost. That's not the case now. That is not the case. These are not loans being written that shouldn't be written. Those laws changed. The consumer protection, consumer credit. What the heck? I can't think of the name.
You're talking about the CFPB?
CBPR.
Or the
yeah.
You're talking about the Consumer Finance Protection
Yes,
Bureau?
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. You know what? It's going on 5 hours here. That really, really clamped down on policies and practices. Do you realize in 2008 you did not have to be licensed to be a mortgage lender? To be a mortgage, anybody could. Anybody could. And they were writing loans they had no business writing. And there was some shady stuff going on. And that change, they changed the laws, they changed the requirements, and now mortgage lenders have to be licensed. Sean and I both have been licensed as mortgage loan originators. It's very similar to the process you go through to get your real estate license, and it's regulated that way now. That was not the case in 2008. So this is not 2008. We got people that say, "Oh, I'm just waiting for the bubble to burst, and the price of these houses is going to be half of what they are now." And no.
Well,
I'm not a financial advisor. I want to make that really clear. But if you're thinking this is what happened in 2008 is going to happen now, I highly doubt it.
Well, what I'll add to that too is, and obviously, like, one of the main issues with 2008 was actually insurance companies, because while the subprime bundles were not were not AAA like they were supposed to be. Even with those parameters, the insurance providers were saying they would still back them, and then they didn't. So that's really, so when that bubble did burst, the insurance company was just like, oh, we're just filing bankruptcy. Like, that's fine. And so they filed bankruptcy and then got a bailout. So that was, so the insurance company really, they skirted by on this thing. Like, still no one's really held them accountable for what they did. But with that being said, even right now, like, say the housing market crashes to to whatever degree, and somebody bought a couple years ago, they have enough equity in the house at this point that, like, even if right now, and people say like, oh, when the moratoriums are lifted, or we're gonna, there's gonna be all these foreclosures. Right now, if I bought my house 4 years ago, my home value is $150,000 more than it was then. Not to mention I've been paying on my house. So I have probably $200,000 in equity in my home. And so even if right now I lost my job and had to foreclose on my house, I'm not foreclosing on my house. I would just sell it. Like, there's no way that even if I had to sell it and not get top dollar, I have enough equity in it that I could sell it for more money than I've still paid for. Even if I sold it for the same money I still paid for, I'm not going to get a foreclosure against me by doing that. And that's the problem if you're waiting that out to do it, that anybody who's been able to buy a house and has equity in it, you would sell it before you would just let the bank take it from you and hurt your credit. So, I mean, they may be a lot of foreclosures, but I just don't see why. Like, who would do that?
I doubt it. Okay, go ahead and say, and we got to.
When you asked about, like, working from home specifically, addressing that in particular, I mean, the market in general is hot, but specifically people working from home and coming to Florida to work from home. I find it really interesting to look at, listen to people's ringtones. I find it really interesting to look at U-Haul statistics. I know, riveting life I lead. But U-Haul actually tracks where their trucks are coming from and going.
Mm-hmm.
And Florida is one of the top 3 of where U-Hauls are going. So with the law of supply and demand, people are coming to Florida, whether it be to work from home, like you said. I think that is a large part of it. But people are just coming to Florida because they want to be here for, I don't know, there's something about this area they like that they keep coming to. And as long as you see that migration pattern continuing, you're going to see a higher demand. And towards what y'all say, a lot of them are qualified buyers, and so it makes a strong market. And I think you're going to see that pattern continuing, and just watch that migration pattern, and you can start to see where Florida's market is going to go. And I use U-Haul in particular, but find wherever you can to get that kind of data, and you're going to be able to make a strong decision moving forward.
All right, that, folks, is going to wrap this up. We're going to take about 15 minutes before we come back, but Tony Baxter and Jason Sorrell going to be joining us here, along with the incredible Mr. Michael Bowling, because if we're going to have legends like that up here, I got to bring up the heavyweight, and Michael Bowling is definitely that. So we'll be back in about 10-15 minutes. Thanks, and we'll see you soon.
Thanks, Pete.
Hello, everyone. We hope you are having a great day. Denny Sunderly here from the auction hall. We are here. So glad that you are tuning in out in YouTube land, and we're so glad to have everybody here in, I wanted to say in the studio. The studio has grown just a little bit here and relocated. It's been picked up and moved to a completely different spot. But we're here at Disney's Contemporary Resort, and we're having so much fun. We're on the second floor. If you've never been to the convention center, this place goes on and on and on. So you can get your steps in here in a day's time with no problem. So thank you for our live audience. Great job being here. So we are in between official sessions right now. We are waiting for some friends to join us. And so we just wanted to pop on and say hi to you and welcome you, because we know that you're watching from all parts, far-flung parts. I'm joined here at the table by a couple of very, very dear people that you know and love very well. Right here to my left is we have Kathy Whirling, who is Amazing Dreams Unlimited travel agent. Kathy Whirling.
Hi, everybody.
Longtime member of the Diz Unplugged. So it's very cool for me to be sitting next to Kathy. And we have Michael Bowling of Connecting with Walt and the Disneyland edition of the Diz Unplugged. Yay. So exciting to have you here, Michael. I'm glad you made the trek.
I haven't been back here for a couple of years.
Yay! It's so good to have you.
It's nice to be here at Roy's Park, since I talk a lot about Walt's Park.
That's right. That's right. We could call this Roy's Park. That's all right. We've got his statue on a bench with Minnie.
Right. Yeah. Which we do not have.
Oh,
we don't
that's
have
true.
that.
You don't.
No, he's at the studio cooling his heels.
Bless him.
Whereas we have Walt at ours.
That is so great. And you recently, and we also have Craig, the amazing executive producer. Craig, are you on camera?
I am, yeah.
Okay, perfect. Yay!
Thanks.
And Rhino Clavin, equally amazing assistant producer. Yay! So glad that we're all here together. So, Michael.
Yes.
You and Craig made an announcement regarding connecting with Walt recently. Can you say that again? Let us know what. Are you coming back?
We're back.
You're back. Yay.
In fact, Craig, he's had a busy day because our second episode of our season dropped before I was even awake.
Oh, wow. Perfect.
This morning.
Perfect.
And then we also, to celebrate the 50th anniversary of Walt Disney World, we've been doing the history of Walt Disney World on Connecting with Walt. We covered the Magic Kingdom already, and we're working on Epcot. But for our 50th anniversary show, we are sharing not only our memories of Walt Disney World, because I came when I was 18 years old, and there was only the Magic Kingdom. We're asking our listeners, our Connecting with Walt family, to share their memories. So you're going to be a part of our show in a way you never have before. So if you listen to the episodes, Craig explains how you can do that.
Excellent.
So it's really exciting.
Yay. Very cool that we get to be a part of the adventure. And if you ever want to hear Craig get stumped a little bit over trivia and stuff like that, it's good. Just tune in. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah. And
although,
Craig,
to be fair, he hasn't gotten stumped in the past very often.
But we've been talking about inviting you on, Denny,
to
be a part of that too, to see how your history is.
To you,
I don't
that's
know.
for sure.
You might not.
Okay, Craig, I hear you. Hey, guys, come on in, have a seat. Have a seat. We're so glad that you're here. So, Michael, I do want to ask you a quick question, and I'm going to ask Kathy the same question.
Sure.
Okay? Although I think I know, Kathy, I think I know your answer. Okay? Because we are all Walt Disney World fans, we all have one big question we need to answer eventually. I mean, it always comes out, inevitably. We need to know which park is your favorite here at Walt Disney World. Michael, which one's your favorite?
Listeners that Connecting with Walt know it is Animal Kingdom. Just, people talk about when they walk down Main Street and you hear that music and you walk in and you see the castle, you've a sense of relief and comfort. It just washes over you. And I get that when I walk down Main Street of Disneyland. And I enjoy walking down Main Street of Magic Kingdom, but I get that rush when I walk into Animal Kingdom.
Mhm.
And plus, you all know that I love gardening, and it's all my passions are right there. Plus, we all know Walt was a conservationist before it was popular, so of course that speaks to me as well.
Yes.
So
Very
Animal
good.
Kingdom by far.
Excellent. I love that. I was just saying to someone just yesterday, you can never take too many pictures of Animal Kingdom.
And there's no bad angles, and there's no way
You're
you
right.
can take a bad photo. Well, Kathy, you're a photographer. You know you can't take a bad photo
No.
there, even if you're an amateur.
You're exactly right. There's always something new and different and happening every moment of the day. Okay, so Kathy, same question to you. Which Walt Disney World park is your favorite?
Okay, do you want to guess?
I was going to say, because your beloved purple friend lives in Epcot, I was going to say Epcot. Am I wrong?
No, you would be.
Okay,
You would be
okay.
right. You would be
Because if
right.
you were going to sit here and go, oh no, it's Hollywood Studios, I was going to be like, what? Who
would-
are you?
I would say Epcot and Magic Kingdom, but for different reasons. Epcot, of course, for Figment.
Yeah.
And that's when we first started coming to Disney, Epcot is where we went. And Epcot fascinated me. And we didn't want to go to Magic Kingdom because we're there. That's where all those Disney people go. Because when I first came, I was not into Disney.
Okay.
And it wasn't until I think we came here several times after that that we finally ventured into the Magic Kingdom. But Epcot was my favorite, and of course Figment. But my kids think of Figment as the place where their fun ended, because that's where they had, I would let them go do the park and say, come back and meet me at 2 o'clock back at Figment. So for them, that was like when their day was done.
That's
So it's only been recently that my kids understand Figment and get why I love it.
Okay. I
But
love
your
that.
children never experienced the original Journey into Imagination, did they?
I think we caught the the tail end of it.
Okay.
Like maybe one time.
Okay, because I think for a lot of people, Figment is so beloved because they remember that attraction.
Yeah.
And that version of Figment that had the heart and the childlike
best.
innocence.
Oh, yeah.
Where that is missing from the adolescent Figment we seem to have today. Is a little snarky and a little saucy.
He's
you know.
Well,
saucy purple Figment.
I'll just defend him anyway, because when I need inspiration for something, I go to, and that's what got me hooked in the beginning. I used to teach scrapbooking, and I'm more like if I see something, I can recreate it, but to be the designer that comes up with it, I had a hard time with that. And I would go to Figment, and what's the song that plays? One Little Spark.
Right.
And it's like,
That's right.
that's all I need. I need that one little idea, and then I can do just about anything.
There you go.
And that's what hooked me. So it didn't really make a difference, like with how the ride used to be to, then there was the middle one and then there was the end one. It's like, they all work for me.
Oh, did you get to meet Ron Schneider? Because Ron Schneider was here, and he is the original Dreamfinder. Did you all meet him downstairs? How cool is it that he was here? That was
He's here today.
so
he was
neat.
just in the Tony Baxter panel.
So he's going back to his booth.
Yeah.
Okay, I stopped by his booth earlier, and I knew I had caught on an off moment. So
Well, I haven't met him in person, but back when I first started coming to Disney, I belonged to Prodigy, the bulletin board people, and every Friday night there would be a Disney trivia thing, and he would always win. But I didn't know that
like
he
an
was the
unfair
Dream
fight.
Finder, and this was really like before I knew that that's who he was. And I would write him and go, how come you win every week? And he goes, oh, I just know a lot.
Oh, my gosh.
So fast forward like 9 years or however many years later, and he wrote his book.
Yeah.
And he has a chapter in there where he talks about that. And so I emailed him and said, I'm the one that, every Friday I'd say, how do you win? So it was like a small world kind of thing. Like I knew them
That's so
before I
cool.
knew them, and now it's like, all of this.
That is so cool. I mean, he was rolling into online gaming on Friday nights, racking up all the points
Yeah,
and
just-
everything.
yeah.
That's not fair. That's not fair. But that's so
But who
cool that
knew?
Dreamfinder was on Friday nights playing Disney trivia online. I love that. Fellas over here, you have a mic, right? Rhino Clavin, paging Rhino Clavin.
Yes.
You have a mic. Rhino, right now at this very moment, sitting here in your chair, which park is your favorite Walt Disney World park?
I'll put it on the table.
Don't get scolded. Don't get in trouble.
It is not Epcot.
Oh.
And it is not Magic Kingdom. I would say it's probably Hollywood Studios.
Okay.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
Magic Kingdom is, I am sorry, but every time I go there, it is just the worst hassle to get in and out of the park. That is really what ruins it for me. Otherwise, if you could pick my body up and drop me down at Main Street, I'd be thrilled to be there.
That'd be great.
But I think I just spend a lot of my time in Hollywood Studios. It's weird because we have that love-hate relationship, Studios and I. But I love Galaxy's Edge. Like I love Rise of the Resistance. I think that's the best theme park attraction there is at Walt Disney World, and you'll find me at Baseline Tap House any given day of the week, and I'm sure that's putting me in an early grave, but whatever. At least I'll be happy when I get there.
That's right. Dreamfinder, you can find him Friday nights online playing Disney trivia. Friday nights, you can find Rhino at Baseline Tap House.
Yeah.
Yes. Love that. Craig, same question to you. Right now, this very moment.
Hollywood Studios.
Okay. Why?
I thought you were going to say Blizzard Beach.
You're getting too close to my face. It's ditto on everything that Rhino said. The attractions.
Yeah.
Baseline Tap House, all that.
He's a Muppet
stuff.
guy.
Yeah.
He is a
Muppets.
Muppet guy. He is a Muppet guy. That's very, very cool. Thank you. Overall, Michael, favorite park anywhere? Because you've been to,
I've been to
all of them.
Oh my gosh, that's difficult. I would have to say Disneyland. It's my home park.
Okay.
For those of you who know my history, I performed there. Although I was technically a studio employee, I performed there. I met Walt, and so for me, there's a tremendous amount of memories there. I mean, I worked for Mickey, and then I can't tell you the emotions when I was a parent and went there and reminded Mickey who I was, even though I was all grown up, that I was in his club. And the way he greeted me and greeted my children.
Oh, I can't even
Oh,
imagine.
gosh. And then when I took him to meet my granddaughter, oh, my goodness. And Mickey has a great memory because he always seems to remember me. But I would say, again, but for the most beautiful part, Disneyland Paris. I mean, it is just absolutely gorgeous. Is spectacular, and it has that heart of Disneyland that sometimes some of the other international parks haven't been able to get. That I think that even the Magic Kingdom here has, because it has Walt's legacy and Roy's legacy. Somehow Disneyland Paris has managed to capture the legacy of Walt and Roy.
Wow.
So it's a really magical park.
That's high praise.
Yeah.
Coming from you who has seen it all. Okay, audience, live audience, show of hands. Magic Kingdom, is Magic Kingdom your favorite? Okay. Epcot. Oh. All right, Hollywood Studios.
Boo to Epcot.
Pipe
You're
down.
just dreaming
Rhino.
of a park that isn't there anymore. Boo.
Oh, he is so bitter, bless his heart. Okay, so Hollywood Studios again, real quick. Okay, yes, I see one over here. And then Animal Kingdom. Excellent. Very
There
good.
should have been more hands for that one.
I have a feeling there should be. Okay, so Lord willing, we're going to get to talk to Tony Baxter here in a bit. For those of us who have ridden both Big Thunder Mountain Railroad iterations here at Walt Disney World and Disneyland, which one takes the top spot? What do you think?
Disneyland. It's got the explosion at the end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I would agree.
Do you know? Well, I don't know
What?
if I'm supposed to talk about it. Never mind. There's like a story about we were supposed to get the explosion, but from what I understand is the company that came in to do it like severed a power line under the attraction, and but then like they found out somebody did it on purpose, so there's like a lawsuit against this company who has a lawsuit against this person. It's like a that is why we don't have an explosion. So we didn't get the dynamite because it's busy in court.
Yes, the dynamite's tied up.
I don't know if that's true.
Did this person work for Universal?
Yeah.
Oh.
No, it would have been done like 2 years ago if they did.
Okay, Rhino. Good point.
No, but I don't know. That could just be a myth. I could have I could have dreamt it one day as a dream. Who knows?
Well, it's fantastical either way. Yeah. So I love it. What do you think, Michael? What do you think?
I would say because of the effects that we have,
yes.
I would say Disneyland. Also, it has a homage in it to the beautiful caverns that we have in there that Claude Coates designed, Imagineer Claude Coates, and so I love it because that was my favorite attraction, Mine Train Through Nature's Wonderland, when I was a boy at Disneyland, and so to have those beautiful caverns captured in the attraction is really special.
Excellent. What do you think, Kathy?
Disneyland.
Why?
I like the theming better, or there was like more of it than what's here. You know, I mean, I'll take either one. You know. And I know we've talked about this other times. I really think you need to go to Disneyland to help you understand Walt Disney World.
I would agree.
Or to appreciate it, that you see where it started and maybe what they refined, or maybe they didn't get it quite right here, but you really, I mean, it's like going back to the mothership.
Awesome. Craig, real quick, what about you? Which one? Which Big Thunder? Disneyland or Walt Disney World?
Disneyland.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. My hubby and I, on our first trip to Disneyland, at night we rode Big Thunder for the very first time, and that explosion goes off, and I was like, what in the world is this? This is amazing. So very, 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 it's like I love them both. I have, ties to the one here. I rode it with my grandmother when I was 8, and she thought it was just going to be a sweet little train ride. And she got off and said, I really just thought that was going to be a train ride. And to me, at 8, she was the coolest grandmother ever for going on that with me. So I have gotten word that we have Mr. Tony Baxter, who is going to be joining us here momentarily. So excited. While we wait, show of hands. So Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, Disneyland better or Walt Disney World? Disneyland, raise your hand. Raise your hand. Walt Disney World. Yeah.
Okay.
Very good. That's all right. Everything is fair here. Everything. We can see good things in both of them.
But absolutely, because here it's much more expansive. It's the theme is different because it's Monument Valley here.
Yes.
And it's Bryce Canyon is modeled after at Disneyland. So there's something to appreciate in both parks.
Well, and there's something about Disneyland's outdoor queue as well, and how it kind of winds into the middle of the attraction so that it surrounds you at one point.
Oh, the trains are going over you.
It's amazing. It's just amazing. Just every single detail was attended to, for sure. Their Pirates is better. Okay, so normally I would say I like our Pirates better, but I really tried to look at it. I got to go out there at the end of July and tried to look at it with a very critical eye, Dan. And I kind of went, you know what? I think this one might be better. I think Disneyland I might agree with you there. Yes, the restaurant Blue Bayou being there, those extra scenes really do add to it. So I'm waffling more on my opinion of that now. So we'll see. Yes, sir. We're getting a hand in the back. Hold on just a sec. Shanghai. Oh, so Shanghai is the best with the Pirates.
That is amazing. An amazing version.
Why is it so amazing, Michael?
Well, it's expansive. It's based on the films because the Chinese did not know pirates like
Right.
we do, the Spanish Main and all that.
Right.
There is a scene, but it is all screens for the most part. But there is a scene where you're at the bottom of the ocean, and I have
Okay.
no idea what the story is because it's all in Chinese. And then you rise to the top. You feel, to the top of the ocean. You feel like you are going 100 miles per hour
Oh, wow.
up to the top
Wow.
with the way they filmed it and everything. It's amazing, just amazing.
Wonderful. Wonderful. Not quite yet.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yes.
But we are in the last 5 minutes
Well, that's
of this auction.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen, friends.
And-
We got this.
You know, the sign, that beautiful sign over there that my friend Nathan made, the one with the castle and When You Wish, that bid is up to $2,100.
Wow.
Somebody just crushed my high bid.
Oh, Pete. I'm
Now-
sorry,
Pete.
Pete.
Bid higher.
Now, fortunately, Nathan Chilton was employee number 1 for the DIS. He was the first person I hired. As a matter of fact, Nathan was the person I was working with when we chose Corey Martin to come work for us. And Nathan went on and he started his own business. He has a sign and design business. He does things just like that. It was an incredibly nice, and he put that together. That's how good he is. That stunning thing he put together in about 4 days.
Wow. It's amazing.
In about 4 days.
It's amazing.
So I'm really thrilled. I'm really, really thrilled that is going for $2,055 right now. Stephen, can I get a total right now?
I feel like we need a drum roll.
Yeah.
Anticlimactic, but it was at 203,000 a second ago, and it's refreshing right now. 205,000 right now. So it's
Wow.
going up fast.
$205,000 right now. And I'm not sure, Stephen. I think this qualifies as the biggest auction we've done.
180 was the previous record, so you're already 25,000 over the last
Yep.
one. That's incredible.
Awesome. 180 was our previous high score in this video game. And it's now 205,000 with 3 minutes, roughly 2 minutes and change remaining before the auction closes out. This is when things get nuts. Yeah, look.
Stephen, it costs about $8,000 to send a wish child to give kids the world. Is that correct? Oh, come on down. Come on down.
Yeah, sit down.
Is that correct? Is it $8,000 to send a kiddo?
Yeah, we've been saying 6,000 for quite a while, but over the last couple of years, it's now about $8,000 is the
Okay.
value of a wish.
Wow. And
Don't
we've
make me do.
raised-
You're going to ask me to do the math now to divide
No,
this?
no.
Please don't. Please don't.
No math. No math. But that's amazing.
What is that, about 20, 25 kids we just sent?
Yes, 25.
More, yeah.
That's amazing.
Come on.
Absolutely incredible. Like, this is an unheard of auction, so like nobody does this. Wow, it is jumping really fast.
One group does.
Wow.
Which one is I?
It's the amazing community. Just an amazing community.
No, Stephen.
They
do.
Well,
it's the community. It's not.
And they chase you
not
with those
us.
bids.
Mm-mm.
Why do you think I run them up? I've been doing this a long time. Do you people think I'm not playing you like a fiddle with this stuff?
I
got a goal here. I got to try and
Oh,
raise money for
dear
these
me.
guys. And if you want to, I know what I'm doing, and I know which items they're gonna play.
Are you willing to share yet what you are bidding? Or are you so afraid in the last 30 seconds someone?
No, because there's a couple of items like, look, I'm willing to buy all the items I bid on. No, I have no problem with them.
We charge right away on the credit
But there
cards.
are some that I think I can run the bid up. If I get it, oh, fine. But if I don't, I've run that number up.
Somebody in the audience or somebody let me know when it officially closes because my back end won't tell me, but you'll probably all get text notifications very quickly.
My phone just turned 6 p.m.
Is anyone getting cash out?
The auction has now ended.
All right, hang on. Let's look at a refresh number here. It's coming in right now. Hang on 1 second.
Oh, yeah, I got that. Did I get? Yes. That vintage wooden Monopoly board. That one I really, really wanted. That is going to look so great in my family room.
Is it? It will.
So I got that. That one I was getting. I was like, somebody was like bidding back and forth with me. I'm like, oh no, you did not.
Sorry.
No.
Is John here?
John Magi?
Yeah.
He's right there.
Hey, this one didn't crash. Why were you not using this one on your events?
Oh, wow.
Mic drop. Mike, and on that note.
Hold on.
No, he's going to defend you now.
No, I don't have to defend him. He didn't make the decision to use that software. I did.
Oh.
That was my decision.
Okay.
That wasn't John's.
I still all right, it's $214,000.
$214,000.
And that number
little short of what I wanted.
But it's not over. You still have over a day
That's
chance
right.
to win.
Oh, that's right. The chances
are all good
the
through tomorrow.
chances to win our podcast cruises. The chances to win that Adventures by Disney.
Yep.
I'm
going to be sending you guys text messages, so don't opt out.
So it's tomorrow night at 10 p.m. Eastern that those both
Yep.
close?
As soon as the event starts, we're going to shut it down.
Okay. All right. So everybody at home, that's your deadline.
What is what did the dinner review go for?
Is Mikhail in the back of it? No, she's already helping with auction prep.
Don't staff it out. You're sitting right here.
She had a laptop in her hand. Hang on. This is not going to be a thing. I need my computer because now everything's closed.
No.
Oh, here it is. I can.
Wow.
Here it is. Be on a guess. It's $3,009 to be on the show on a Tuesday. $3,750 with Pete. Kevin and John, $1,400. Wow. The ladies' night.
I don't think they realize it's
Yay.
$1,400 each.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
At Pizza Fari too. That was incredible.
Oh, dear.
And I'll tell you what. I'll give the dining review to the top 3 if they honor their bids.
There it is.
I will leave this table this second, and I will go find out who those
Run
people
like the
are.
wind, Stephen. Run like the wind.
I'm just really excited because my husband bid on the 3 vintage Epcot cookbooks back there, one of which I borrowed from a coworker of his for a year, but had to give back, and he won them all. So Saturday snacks is good to go. I just wanted them for Saturday snacks.
Now I just want to make it clear.
So
I'll honor the top 3. I'll honor the top 3, but the first place winner gets we'll do a really nice dining review. Second place, someplace lovely. Third,
quick service.
Third, Tony's Town Square.
No. Maria and Enzo.
Unless I really don't like them, and then it's Maria and Enzo. And while we're talking about food, let me just say something. Mom and I just ran over real quick. The Contempo Cafe does not suck anymore.
No, it does not.
It really doesn't. And I got to tell you, every time I'm over there, the cast members are absolutely lovely.
Yes.
Really helpful, very friendly. And Mom liked her burger. I had a great turkey sandwich. And yay for them.
Yeah,
Yay
for
them.
sure. They're fantastic.
Before I walk away, your guests are here. Tony's here if you want.
Yay.
Oh, okay. So
thank you, Stephen.
I'm actually going to step away because this is an interview that Michael Bowling should do.
Yes.
Oh,
So I'm going to clear these 2 seats, but I will be back. I will be back.
Excellent. Thank you, Pete.
So over to you, Michael.
Thank you. We are honored. This has been a dream interview that I have wanted to do ever since the show started. And I don't know if he knows to come over here. But Tony Baxter, I have met him several times at the Walt Disney Family Museum. He has agreed to be on Connecting with Walt every single time and has written down his email address I made the mistake of not looking at it before I walked away. And when I got home, I looked at his email address and thought, what language did Mr. Baxter write his email address in? Because I can't read it. And that is why you've never received any information from me. So before you go today, I'm writing it down. Anyway.
I was going to be a pharmacist before I became
or a surgeon or something like that. So we have two, what I think are arguably the greatest artists, storytellers, designers in theme park entertainment today.
Amen.
And that's Tony Baxter and Jason Sorrell. Probably read Jason's books if you're a real Disney fan. So welcome to the Disney Unplugged. Thank you. Thank you.
If I sit like this, it's because I was on a Delta flight yesterday in the back of the bus.
Oh, gosh.
And it was
Flying
tiny.
is such a pleasant experience.
Yeah.
Yes, especially today, wearing the mask cross country.
Yeah.
But now we hear themed entertainment, and we thought, okay, what does that mean? What is themed entertainment?
Well, that's a $1 million question. No, I think it's, it's putting people in a universe, if you want to call it that, that is vastly different from the one that we encounter day in and day out. So I think that's why Christmas, as a whole thing that envelops and becomes immersive now for 2 or 3 weeks or a month or 2 months now, and where the whole world sort of changes and has a different look to it, and we feel better in that. I remember when the Olympics came to LA, and John Jody, who designed it, said it's going to be like a flower that blooms for 2 weeks and then fades and goes away. And if ever an architectural thing could be exactly as he described it, I think that was. But the neat thing about the theme parks, it took something that was a phenomena that grew out of Hollywood, the backlot, that people like Walt were familiar with, and all the people that worked with the early Disneyland. They built these sets. And I was watching a new issue of the movie Showboat that came out, and MGM had a great thing at the end of all their big movies. It said, the end, an MGM production filmed in Hollywood, USA. And I think the reason, California became overrun with, population is that everyone would look like something like that with the Mississippi River and all these wonderful places. So I really was playing around with Showboat and then thinking about, I'm going to watch this movie. And I've got some still frames now of like the boat, some island rafts like Tom Sawyer, the little village that's right where Rainbow Ridge is in Disneyland, and the island across the way that is shown about 2 or 3 times in that movie. That was 1951, and I think Walt Disney, they were all friends, all the studios, so I'm sure they probably said, you got to come over here. We've got a steamboat running down the Mississippi River, and we've built all this. And it's so obvious that Walt looked at that and thought, probably, we could build a real place like this, not just something where we put the camera out there and film it for a day, and then it lives forevermore on celluloid. But what if we built the Mississippi River, not in Culver City, but in Anaheim, And I think there was confidence in what was done temporarily on the backlots that gave them the ability to think we take the same craftspeople, and instead of making it out of staff, which is why we still to this day call our shops at Disney the staff shop. It was a material made out of really crummy plaster and hay that would disintegrate in like 6 months. And we won't use that. We'll use fine building materials, but we'll make it look exactly the same way. So when you look at something like Galaxy's Edge, you're looking at something that is done essentially the same way as those films back in the 30s and the 40s were done, but it will last essentially for as long as we keep it up. It's going to stay there. So I think it was born out of that here is this thing that we let people enjoy as a themed environment on film. Why, when everybody walks over through the studio and they see the boat coming down the river, you go, why can't people come to see this? I had that experience when they filmed the movie Hello, Dolly, which is like Main Street gigantic. And they were casting everybody in the theater departments in all of LA because they hired all the extras that were available to be in it. And the unions allow them to go to schools So I went, well, what the heck? You get to go on the 20th Century Fox backlot. And there was this street and the Harmonia Gardens restaurant and the train going down the track up on this elevated railway. And it was every bit of it looked as beautiful as Main Street at Disneyland. I said, this is truly amazing. This needs to be saved. This needs to be a place that you can come to. So I'm sure that, go back 20 years before I was doing that as a young student, and Walt Disney was engaged in that environment of Hollywood. And it's not that far of a leap to figure, how do we take this out of a one-time only use and bring it into a place where people can enjoy it for as long as we want to keep it around. And then it's a matter of thinking, what are the themes of this themed entertainment that are really attractive to people? And for Walt Disney, I think we always think of our childhood being the most precious and wonderful thing. So Walt Disney was a child at the time of Main Street. And so all the movies like Hello Dolly and things were made by people like Gene Kelly that were, peers of Walt Disney at that time and reflect their love affair of their childhood. So there's a lot of that. You see George Lucas doing American Graffiti that reflected his childhood, in Modesto. So I think we're all bringing kind of our baggage along of places that we love that are nostalgic to us as whatever time frame we were built into. And then there's the evergreens that are just fascinating for people. And then once in a while you get to do something that's off the deep end, like a Journey into Imagination, that's a themed entertainment for a place that doesn't exist, And I think in a way those are the most challenging, and if they work, and I'm not talking about the ride that's there now, I'm talking about the ride that we built in 1982. If they work really well, then that's the most pleasing, because it was the hardest. You don't have a book you can go to and look at great architecture or anything like that.
And Jason, you referred to theme entertainment as the art of reassurance. And what do you mean by that?
Tony touched on it a little bit, and I think you see it in many of the parks that are now decades and decades old, and there is something inherently reassuring about being able to return to a place again and again and again that provides that escape and that comfort, and that's inherently reassuring. And years ago there was that architectural exhibit called The Architecture of Reassurance, and my talk today was called The Art of Reassurance, because it's something that I very much believe in terms of what themed entertainment does. And to Tony's point, what Walt wanted to do with Disneyland was allow his audience the chance to step into the movie and not passively observe it, but live it. And that really gave birth to the entire industry that we know today. I mean, I see it at work every day when kids and adults alike in heavy woolen robes, step into Diagon Alley and their eyes well up with tears. It's because we're offering them as an industry the chance to escape from their everyday lives and really live their dreams, their adventures and fantasies in ways and places that they can't anywhere else, on the planet. And that's really what I think the industry is all about, and that's what separates a theme park from an amusement park. You can go to a Six Flags, you can go to a Cedar Point, and that's great. There's nothing wrong with them. But you're going to have your iron rides, your flume rides, your typical amusement park fare. But if you go to a theme park, you're going to escape, to live out a story.
I think what he just said about Harry Potter, the generations from 2000 on that passed through that phenomena, it is every bit as strong, if not stronger, than what Walt's generation found for the Main Street that is the entryway to Disneyland. Because if you imagine when Disneyland opened, someone who was 55 years old, like Walt was, walking down that street and reconnecting with a world of America that was gone. Well, these kids, and I've seen them too, as they walk in there, they look into this and they say, I never dreamed that I would ever be able to experience this place, that's really, really here.
Well, that's interesting, because you would think that for people that never lived in that era, it would be something that wouldn't resonate with them, and yet it still does.
It does for various reasons, because I think there's a nostalgia now for Main Street 1955 that is kind of grafted onto all of us, that if we went there when we were, in my case, 6, okay, there's never not been that. And there's a comfort in returning back to it, as you just said, of walking in there and knowing that this wonderful experience that it's always been there for me when I go through that archway. You know, so it has not the reality of it being 1900. That is irrelevant to me. It has a relevance to being 1955.
And it's established its
Yeah.
own relevance.
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
transcended its origins to become a thing unto itself. Because I know I feel that way when I go into a park and I see that same long shot, and that feeling I get, and again, this is why I keep coming back to it, it's inherently reassuring.
There, you know, the other thing that both Potter and Main Street have is a richness in every detail of what you see that isn't common to what we live in today. So I think that, and again, when I went through the Hello Dolly sets at Fox, to walk amongst that and say, we don't have this in the real world. We do not get to experience this. And so there's a joy in that of, it probably exceeds, it certainly exceeds the price that it costs to get you in, because everybody is willing to pay that price to have that euphoric relationship with a themed experience. So.
And did the tune go through your head as you walked down those sets?
Oh yeah. You know, we put it on, it actually, the Hello Dolly score is on Main Street at Disneyland.
Yes.
Because, you know, I said we shouldn't limit just to the Victorian tunes from Disney. Anything that's out there that gives you that send back to the nostalgia for what you're trying to create. And there's nothing better than put on your Sunday clothes to walk down Main Street and feel like you're a part of not just that movie, but there's a million, like Easter Parade, a lot of films that, Showboat itself, walking through Disneyland. I always thought we could film Showboat at Disneyland. It's, you know, it's a thing that's kind of evolved out of Hollywood, and there's no, what would I call it? It's not a happenstance that Universal and Disney are the two companies that are at the lead of doing this, because they had this strong background in bringing it to another media first, and now into real life.
Now, you started out at Disneyland as an ice cream scooper.
Mm-hmm.
So what was Walt's favorite flavor?
Oh.
Well, he never came through to eat.
I believe it was Scotch.
Yeah, right. See, that's why I had him on the show today. I can be dead as a you know, deadly dull, and he made a lot of fun.
Oh, so Walt didn't come in?
Oh yeah, he came in, and we would. I remember they would say, "You've got to keep all the windows open. Don't go on breaks or anything until he's cleared." And it kind of bothered me that he should know that we don't have enough people to normally open all the windows and all that. And but then when he came around, and he was very pleasant, you know, 3 or 4 times you'd feel a tap on the back of your shoulder, and he'd say, "How are you all doing today?" And then he'd keep on a pace, so you never had any time to, "Oh, Mr. You know, that was not in the cards. But that day I decided when he came through Carnation that I was going to tell him that they don't hire enough people to keep the windows open. And of course, when he came around and I was scooping, and he said, "Well, how's everything going here today?" And I go, "Just fine." You know, like that was about all that was it, you know. And I go, there it was, my chance, and I blew it, you know. So.
And it's funny thing is, Walt would have been upset if he had heard things were being
Oh
staged
yeah,
for
but
him.
you'd have been fired if they knew that you said that, you know. So.
Well, Michael Eisner would very famously, when he would come down here and tour the parks, he would do the staged walk, but then he had the smarts to go back afterwards and say, okay, now I want to go by myself with one other person and see what's really going on. You know, because they know that it's all, you know, set up for that.
No, I remember when we were finishing up Disneyland Paris that Jeffrey Katzenberg called me and said, "Could you meet me at the park tonight in Paris at midnight?" And I go, "At midnight?" And he goes, "Yeah, I want to walk just with you and hear what your comments are about it." And this was right after Beauty and the Beast was, you know, coming into the theaters. And Jeffrey was a very proud person, and I like him a lot. But he said, and it's sort of a compliment, he goes, "Well, you know, there's 3 things that I can tell you Walt would have been pleased with: Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, and Disneyland Paris." You know,
what a compliment.
Yeah, it was, you know, so. And he was right. I think he was right. I felt those 2 films, when they came out, were right up there with our original motion pictures. It was such a euphoric time to realize we were now back and doing not Walt Disney Productions, but doing Walt Disney. You know, it was definitely we came back.
And we had our witty banter before this segment, and we were talking about Disneyland Paris and how I believe it's one of the most beautiful, it's the most beautiful park of the Disney theme parks. But I also talked about there's a spirit that Disneyland has that it's an intangible spirit that not all the other parks have. I don't know if it's the spirit of Walt, if it's the intimacy. And when you were designing Disneyland Paris, how much was that feeling, I'm carrying on Walt's legacy and vision, a part of what you created? Because you clearly made some differences in that park. You just didn't do a carbon copy like Tokyo Disneyland. So how much went into that? How much of that was sort of hanging over your head?
Oh, well, it was huge. And Tom, I think, is floating around here too. He had Fantasyland. We had 5 people, one on each land, who had grown up with Disneyland. And Tom was here on opening day as a 12-year-old who saved his paper route money to fly down alone on the plane and have to fly back that night to California.
Yeah, we're talking about Tom Nabby.
No, Morris.
Morris. I'm sorry. Oh no,
he's right back there. You
right
can
back
see
there.
him. He's
Oh,
waving.
sorry.
Yeah, wave
All
at
the
everybody.
time. There he is.
Anyway, but those are the kind of people that were on that crew. They were people that had the DNA of Disneyland in their blood. And Eddie Sato, who grew up on, he was 10 years younger than me, but we found out we both were absolutely fascinated with Hello Dolly, so we put Eddie on Main Street. I said, he has such a phenomenal understanding of what John DeCure created in the movie Hello Dolly that we can give him this new Main Street. It's going to be the most beautiful Main Street, and it is, that we ever did. And Tom's castle had to stand up against all of the castles in Europe, not in a competing way, but in a complementary way, and it does. And so the thing that came through from Disneyland specifically, being more charming, is that it was built before and by people that didn't know how to do theme parks. Every other theme park has been done by people that know this as a product, and we know how to do it, and we know what capacity is, and all the things that guide you into making widths of walkways and queues and flowing in and out of vehicles and stuff. That's all a science now. It wasn't when they built Disneyland. And so you get things in there that are charming, that are naive, that are the things that make it very special. So our challenge on doing Paris was, how do we make it accommodate a large crowd like today, but do it in a way that looks like Disneyland rather than accommodating? So it means 2 20-foot walkways instead of 1 40-foot wide walkway. It means arcades on the back of Main Street instead of covering it like they did in Tokyo, which makes it so you can, in the snow, you can walk on Main Street. But in Paris, they love the sunshine when they get it, which is very seldom. And to cover it would have been against the kind of the culture of the people that live there. And so the arcades do the same thing, but they're only used really when they need it, rather than having the beauty of the sunshine and the playfulness of the architecture. So we went through the whole park in finding ways to reinvest the Disneyland aesthetic, but with the demands of a industrialized project like a theme park. But so I ended up saying, here's how we're going to distinguish the 3 types of parks. Disneyland is charming, Walt Disney World is spectacular, and Paris is beautiful. So, and I think they do work that way.
Absolutely. Now, Jason, at Universal Creative, you have a burden of, Universal has created some blockbuster films that are series and series of films that your guests are very heavily invested in. They go in with preconceived notions of these attractions because of the love they have for the Jurassic Park and Jurassic World series, the Harry Potter series. What is that like to meet expectations of guests to create attractions based around these beloved franchises?
It's interesting because that's something that we actually take very seriously because, in our business, we are largely a business of adaptation now, where we're taking a beloved property, whether it's a film, a book, and translating it into a livable experience, like we were talking about earlier. And that is something that weighs heavily on you, because you don't want to be the one to drop the ball on that. And using Harry Potter as an example, that was a really interesting one, because obviously the books stand on their own as an absolute beloved classic. And yet it's the only thing I can think of where the books and the films that were adapted from them are so heavily intertwined that we were almost compelled to realize the wizarding world of Harry Potter as it's seen in the films in our parks, because there was that strong a connection between audience and the source material. And we partner with Warner Brothers, the studio that released the films, and J.K. Rowling herself, and it's an incredible honor and responsibility to create those environments for real, so that people can actually interact and live out the fantasies that they've had in many cases since they were a little kid, reading the books. And then I just worked on Universal Studios Beijing, which is currently in soft opening. And one of my pride and joys from that project is Jurassic World Adventure. And it was the same thing. It's like, we want to put people in that film and create that same sense of fear and excitement. We have a moment where the Indominus Rex chases the ride vehicle for 10 seconds. That's a long time when you're being pursued by a giant dinosaur. But it all came out of a meeting one day when we're all like, I want to be Jeff Goldblum in the back of that Jeep going, must go faster. Now you can experience that. And when you're dealing with properties that are beloved, which is certainly the case at Universal and it's the case at Disney, it's something that a lot of us as storytellers take very seriously, because you're following in the footsteps of giants in many cases, J.K. Rowling, Steven Spielberg, Walt Disney, George Lucas. And it's really an honor and a privilege to get to play in that sandbox. And I, like Tony, have had the privilege of working with some pretty beloved properties and characters. And to me, that's a big part of the fun of what I do, because sometimes it's like, well, what about original storytelling? Wouldn't you want to come up with an original storyline for a ride? And it's like, my answer to that has always been yes-ish, because it almost can't compare to what I get to do, working with dinosaurs and Transformers and Harry Potter. It's an honor, and it's something we all take very seriously.
So since you create these experiences, when you visit the parks, it's very different from when we visit the parks. Can you just go in and say, I'm just going to enjoy today? Or are you looking at everything with like a critical eye, a storyteller's eyes, an engineer's eyes, a designer's eye?
I find for myself, I look at my own stuff more critically. One of the greatest things to happen to me as a Disney fan was to go work for Universal, because now I can go to Disneyland or Walt Disney World and just enjoy it as a guest, especially as someone who had kids later in life, just to have that, I don't think about how the sausage is made anymore. I'm just going and enjoying it with my kids. But I do think as artists, we tend to be more critical of our own work. But at the same time, once you establish yourself in an industry like this, you also can't not think about it like, oh, they should have made that walkway wider, or oh, this was built full scale and it would have been more, charming if they'd done it with forced perspective. I think, to your point about Disneyland, I think one of the reasons it's retained its charm is because everything is forced perspective and almost feels like you're walking into an oversized toy, as opposed to a place you would find in the so-called real world. And I think that contributes to the illusion. Unless Tony disagrees.
No, you said it all. I'm trying to think what else is.
Because I think you've brought it up, like, as a difference between Disneyland and Magic Kingdom. Magic Kingdom is bigger.
Yes, it's spectacular, and Disneyland's charming. But I think I remember Claude Coates, who was a great background artist and did the Pirate City and created the 20,000 Leagues ride and all this stuff. And I said, what do you? I asked the same question. What do you think? He goes, well, I have a problem with it because I always go on the rides and I see things that they're not maintaining at the level that I left it when we opened or whatever, and they've modified things to get more people through or whatever they might have done. And so he was caught up in that. I think what you said about switching from Disney to Universal, I have thoroughly enjoyed going through Harry Potter and all that because I don't have the baggage of like, look up there, you can see where the screen ends or whatever and all this stuff. Whereas when you're in a building that you saw under work lights for a year, and then they turn the lights out and it's a show, you go, oh, well, there's still the thing, and because you know where it all is. But when you come into experiences that you've never seen before, and we've all had that when we first went on the Peter Pan ride, and the building, at least at Disneyland, it's hardly any different size-wise than a house that you live in. It's all done, again, with amazing force perspective and things. And when I was 6 and I came home and I was trying to describe it to my grandmother what I had seen in there, I mean, there was no way in my brain was the size of a footprint of a normal house. It was, we went on this journey and we went to Neverland and we fell down at the island when they shot at us and all this I didn't know about, mechanical tracks in the ceiling and all the stuff that tends to. But it is fun to explore places you've not, had anything to do with. And so when I came down here for Pandora, I had not any information. I kind of knew in the back of my mind what they were going to do, but it was all brand new to me. So going through the queue that seemed like it was never going to be over, there was just more and more and more and more. And it was all really neat, and to see, and you go, how did they, I don't know how they even afforded to put all that in. But that was fun for me because I'd been out of the loop on that one. So.
And sometimes even when you know how something is done, I keep thinking back to the 90s when I was directing the Bill and Ted show for Halloween Horror Nights. The arena that it took place in was right next to Jaws, and our rehearsals were always late at night. So around midnight, we took a break and we're like, oh, we're gonna go next door and watch them bring the sharks out of the water. so like a bunch of nerds, we would go over and we would go into the boathouse. And as these mechanical sharks would get raised out of the water, and I would literally shrink back from the water and press myself up against the wall, not even knowing I was doing it. And my friends would look at me and go, what are you doing? I'm like, I'm scared. And they're like, it's a mechanical fiberglass shark. What's the matter with you? But the imagery was so powerful. And even when I would ride that ride as an adult, going into that boathouse, I hated being on the right-hand side when the shark came out of the water, because in that moment, I was a kid again who was terrified by that movie. Again, it's a testament to the power of some of these storytellers, these filmmakers, this imagery, these moments that we bring to life for people, and you can create it for real. I mean, I'm more scared of that mechanical shark than if I went into the ocean and encountered a real one, which I would rather not do. No. Yes. Let's make that clear.
I think Walt was aware of the dichotomy between what we see on stage when we go as a guest and then the enjoyment and curiosity that people have for behind the scenes, because the programs on his show that literally riveted me when they showed you how the tiki room was made, or that hand that was laying on a table that it's probably all burned into your mind, where there was a hand with wires coming out of it and it was all going like this. That stuff just fascinated me, and you'd think, well, he's kind of showing the backside of it, but I think he realized that would make even more fascination. One of our things we do in California for, I think it's Adventures by Disney, when they go behind the scenes at Disneyland, which gives them a reason to take our tours rather than other competing Southern California tours. They go into the Indiana Jones ride, and they're all given a chance to program the ride vehicle that makes it buck, and that, I think, is one of the elements of that whole tour that people tell me is just, oh, we got to go back there and they let us move all the levers and make the thing react. So yes, there's an excitement to being in the ride and wondering that this is all really happening to me, and it's very effective at conveying that when you're on the ride. But then there's also a joy about, wow, it's like getting to see how the magic was made. So we're always kind of, going, should we or shouldn't we? But I think there's a joy and entertainment value in both sides of it.
We've talked on Connecting Us, Walt, how, Walt made infomercials before anybody knew what they were.
Yeah.
I mean, who else
and won Emmys
could
for
have
them.
won an Emmy Award for a television show that did nothing but promote his movie 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea?
Yeah.
I mean, it was amazing.
And the name Disneyland, which is a TV show, and a year before Disneyland, with 4 venues for shows on it, of Tomorrowland and Adventureland. That put into every 6-year-old's brain the architectural logic of Disneyland and what one could expect to find. And it was drummed in every Wednesday night when the show debuted. And when we got there finally a year later, I knew where to run. I knew where it all was. I knew, because it was just part of my education. It was probably the most important part of my education, was that 1-hour Disneyland show.
Yeah. Now, before our segment, we were talking about Epcot and Journey into Imagination. And the interesting thing about the Journey into Imagination Pavilion is that it's the only one not grounded in reality out of all the pavilions. So how did that come about?
It's no longer grounded in entertainment either.
No.
Well, it was actually Kodak that came to us, and we had a sales room in New York City to sell the Epcot pavilions. And they had come through and they said, well, we don't really see anything that matches us. And I remember that they were brought out to California, and they said, get the Seas Pavilion and get, I forget which other one, it might have been Energy, Ready, so they can see it, or Horizons, maybe it was Horizons. And they said, well, we do not see ourselves in that way. We see ourselves as a company that allows people to express their imagination. And we, through our cameras, allow everyone to be an artist. And so isn't there something about that? And the more we got into it, we realized that nothing, whether it's the world of science and technology, or it's the arts, or the skills of maintaining the land or the seas, it all requires human imagination before you can get to that. And I remember we had a silly thing where we said, the process you do to make a birthday cake for your child is the same as making an atomic bomb, in terms of gathering the input, like you all are doing, and then storing it some way, like he's doing with his camera, and then recombining what you learned here into something new. If you got something out of this that sparked an idea for you, so gather, combine, and gather, store, and recombine became the genesis. And then the Shermans came on board to write One Little Spark. We fed them that message, and they came back with a beautiful song that's an earworm, as they call it, and it just sort of fed on it. And it's funny, when you invent characters like Figment and Dreamfinder, you start to understand what they would or would not do. And I remember we sit in meetings and someone would say, well, Figment could be, and you go, no, Figment can't do that. Figment wouldn't do that. He's a 4-year-old. He has a attention span of like 2 minutes, and he's got to be on to the next thing and doing this and doing that. Oh, okay. And then Dreamfinder gave the counterpart to that, where he's learned, a scholar, a Santa Claus, if you will. And so the more you developed it, the more you understood your characters, because we were saying in the last session that when you come away from a film or something that changes your life, an attraction, it's not so much the events along the journey as it is the characters that guided you through. And so when we think of The Wizard of Oz, there's a lot of places they went in that movie, but we think of Dorothy and we think of the Tin Man and the Scarecrow, and that's, so I think the reason Figment and Dreamfinder, and Dreamfinder has not been around for a long time, they still live in so many of your memories because of what an impression they made on you emotionally.
Okay, can I ask?
Absolutely.
As the ultimate,
defer to you.
We knew this would happen.
Yes,
that's why I brought it up.
I can't have you sitting at the table. I am like the ultimate Figment fan. It captured me at Disney like no other character ever has. It's we know it's not as good as the original. Mm-hmm. It's better than the second. In my world, it's like it's better than nothing. But
we don't settle for that.
Well, no. I'm just glad it's there, because I would hate.
I'm just relieved I don't work at Disney anymore, because this would be a problem.
I love the ride. My granddaughter was afraid to ride it, and we got to bond. I got to show her. I have Figment footprints up on my wall, and when my grandkids come, I move the feet around, so Figment lives at my house. not that I'm geeky or anything, but
Now we know where he went.
Yes, but is there any chance that they're ever gonna give him a better story or a better?
I think there is, and it's really a testament to all of you that have kept him alive, that he's part of the art and Epcot program. He's part of the wine festival and food festivals and all that, that it's clearly recognized that he's a mascot that is in some ways stronger at Epcot than Mickey because he represents the important first step in moving into the future or going into world cultures and all that. He is kind of a bond about that it isn't Mickey's territory. Mickey is the guy next door, your neighbor. But Figment is this impish little character that, what's next? Where are we going next? What's going to be the new surprise around the corner? And I think that it's weird how when we didn't have a name for it, it was just the dragon. And you've all heard my story about watching Magnum PI, and there was a goat in their garden, and the old butler was mad because all the plants were being torn up, and Magnum says, oh, Higgins, it's just a figment of your imagination. And then Higgins, in his scornful way, said, figments don't eat grass. And I remember, well, what do they eat? You know, what do they eat? And I suddenly went, everyone in the world knows this word. Everybody that speaks English anyway. And we all use it to describe, it's just something weird and strange and odd and different, but we've never seen it. And so that, I could hardly wait to get to work that day. I grabbed the model and I said, meet Figment. This is, and when everyone heard that name when looking at it, they said, how do we not think of it? And I wouldn't have thought of it. I just was watching TV. And now the interesting thing is when you go to your phones and you type in Figment and then go to images, Google Images, every single image that will come up, you can scroll and scroll as Figment, and you go, that's mental real estate that was free. It was a word that was there, it was free, and we just said, okay, that's the word, and this is what that looks like, connected them, and now it's made a mental image out of something that had no image. It was ripe for giving it this visualization because now we know what it looks like, and it's a thing, and it's precious, and it's something we care about. So it was one of those fortunate things, and when I do lectures at colleges, I talk to them that there's no limit to the available mental real estate that hasn't been claimed. It's for free. It's all out there, and it's just having either the opportune moment where two things collide, a need and an opportunity, and you've created something that's not physical, real estate in the way we think about land, but it's mental real estate that connects something together that becomes, and we do it all the time in words like space mountain. What is that? A space and a mountain, but you put them together, and all of you in your mind see a picture right now that's very distinct. So, we can all be masters of that and find these wonderful opportunities that are available.
Meanwhile, Tom Selleck's consulting a copyright lawyer. So.
Right.
Bless his heart.
Now, I know you are the creative consultant on the retheming of Splash Mountain. I just want to put a little thought in your head. If you want to see Disneylanders go crazy, you have to have a scene with the country bears singing in the bayou.
Oh.
Well, people have to go on our Winnie the Pooh ride out there to see country bears singing. And those of you that know the little, hidden gag in the Pooh ride in California.
Now,
that was a terrible thing, by the way, and I need to get myself off the hook here.
Oh, sure.
We were told, like you did here, take out the Toad ride and put in Winnie the Pooh. And I said, if I take out the Toad ride at Disneyland, which was better than the one here, then there will be no Toad rides anywhere in the entire Disney universe. Whereas if we go somewhere else, and we'd gotten Critter Country going with Splash, and so it's got little characters of animals that come to life and talk. And I thought, well, the Pooh characters are close to that. I said, if we can do that, there'll still be a bear band here, and we'll still have a Toad ride there. And so many of you go to all the parks that I think there's a pleasure in knowing that Mystery Manor will be there if you go to Hong Kong, and the wonderful Winnie the Pooh ride that's in Tokyo Disneyland. And there's a charm about, and then I can come here and see Country Bear Jamboree. There's a real importance to being able to go to the different parks and seeing different things. So I defend myself on that, but boy, you talk about angry people of getting rid of Country Bear and keeping the little toad ride. But the toad ride was done by my mentor, Claude Coates, and I don't know how Walt approved that the ending of the ride would have you committing all these atrocities, driving helter-skelter through London, and for that you go to hell. But that was what was there. And I said, it is so outrageously audacious that it's got to stay. It's got to be a part of Disneyland. So.
And it's interesting because the other dark ride attractions are sort of a basic retelling of the story. Mr. Toad was the one that took you on a completely different adventure with the same characters.
It's you. And see, to me, it's really important with a lot of, especially thrill rides, and I kind of characterize the Toad ride as more thrill than it is exposition, because you're out of control. You're banging through crates and barrels are falling and you're arrested, and it's all about you doing these things. Mm-hmm. And so I am very glad that we kept that, because I love the rides like It's a Small World, where you're enjoying a journey through something. But on the other hand, these things that give you a chance to do something you can't do in your normal life. And let's face it, none of us have been to hell yet. So at Disneyland, you can do that. You can be run over by a train and end up, hey, we didn't come up with it. It was there when I was 6 years old, and it burned into my mind. I went, wow, what is that? And I got the movie because I'd never seen that movie. It's not a feature film, it's a short. And so, but anyway, I admit that I saved that, and there's no really great solutions to saying goodbye to something, but we can still do the Bear Band either here or in Tokyo. And we can still do the Walt's original, Toad, Mr. Toad's Wild Ride at Disneyland. So.
Yeah, and in Tokyo you can see all 3 versions of the Country Bear.
Yes, that's
which
right.
Is nice. And speaking of attractions, Jason, you wrote some of the definitive books on the Disneyland Disney attractions. Talk a little about those. What inspired you to write those books?
The main impetus for the books was that I wanted to read them, and they didn't exist. And I remember it was the summer of 2002, and we knew the Haunted Mansion movie was coming the next year, and Pirates as well. And I remember sticking my head into my vice president's office at Imagineering here in Florida, and I said, who do we talk to about doing a book? And he goes, I don't know, email Marty. So I emailed Marty and I said, hey, we got the Haunted Mansion movie coming out next year. I think it would be a good excuse to do like a marketing tie-in where it's about the making of the movie, air quotes, but we're really telling the story of the attraction. He goes, oh, that's a great idea. Write me a book proposal. And I'm like, great. How do I do that? Because I'd never done it before. So I essentially just outlined the book the way I would write a treatment for an attraction. And then he worked with me on it a little bit back and forth. And then he said, okay, now write a proposal letter to the publishing division in New York. And I'm like, great. What does that need to look like? I had no idea. So I essentially just wrote a memo or a letter that would be like a pitch that you would do for an attraction, sent that to him. And then next thing I knew, he said, okay, I sent the whole thing to Disney Editions in New York. We'll wait and see. And I'm like, oh, okay. And then about a month later, I got a call from Wendy Lefkin, the head of Disney Editions, and she said, we love it, we want to do it, we're going to take it to our sales and acquisition meeting on Wednesday, to see if the parks will carry it, because they were trying to work out the economic model, because at that time it was felt like if the parks didn't support it, that there wouldn't be a market for it. So that Wednesday, I was just sitting at home, like waiting with bated breath. And then that night, the woman who would become my editor, Jody Benson, called, and she goes, the good news is we're doing the book. The bad news is to bring it out with the movie, we need the manuscript in January. And this was like October. And I'm like, oh, I said, well, and I had no idea what it was going to take. But what wound up happening was that was how I spent my Christmas vacation, so I did all of my research, my interviews, went to the archives, and then, as it turned out, I did have a little bit of extra time because the movie didn't even go into principal photography until January. So they sent me out, spent 2 weeks on set with the filmmakers, embedded with the movie, and took a month or two to write that part of it, turned in that manuscript, and it was done by August. And then the movie came out in November, so we made it. And it was funny because I pitched Pirates at the same time as Haunted Mansion. And again, this is 2002. And my editor was like, nah, we're not interested. I'm like, why? And she's like, because all of our Bruckheimer books go right in the toilet. Because they had done Armageddon and Pearl Harbor. And I'm like, oh. I said, I think this one might be a little different. Nah, no, not interested. Pass. So then, of course, summer of 2003 rolls around, and it was right when the movie was passing $300 million at the box office. I get a phone call going, we're really kind of disappointed that we didn't do a Pirates book. And I go, that's interesting, because I seem to recall having this very same conversation about a year ago. And that was how the Pirates book came out. It was just a little bit later because they didn't realize, what a juggernaut it was going to become. And then the mountains followed that, and instead of being one single attraction, we just tackled the mountains as a whole. And Tony actually provided the afterword for that book because of Big Thunder Mountain and Splash Mountain and his contributions to the Disney mountain range.
Yeah.
But it was all because I wanted to read them, and they didn't exist.
Well, I think we would all like to see them updated and reissued.
Well, I think you should address your emails and letters to Wendy Lefkin in New York.
There you go.
Because I would at least love to see them as ebooks, only because I get questions all the time in terms of, I don't want to pay $300 on eBay, which is absurd, by the way. But yeah, I would love to see them back too. Mansion's still out there, though.
Now you are all storytellers, both of you are storytellers, and Walt Disney said he wanted to be remembered as a storyteller. So now when we go into your parks and we see what you have created, and when our listeners hear you talk, read your books, now that we know what we know, how do you want us to regard you?
Go ahead.
Well, you're the legend, not me.
Yeah, but you have the words, I don't.
I'm some schmuck from Cleveland who got lucky. No, I honestly, this is going to sound so pretentious, but it's like I relate it to a line, well, it was Walt Whitman, but for me it was Dead Poets Society. But, the powerful play goes on and you may contribute a verse or however it is. That is honestly how I've looked at my career. Is just being incredibly fortunate that, and I've spent my career working for the two giants in the industry, Disney and Universal, and I've had amazing experiences at both. And just to have had an opportunity to work with some of the characters that I've worked with. Not people like Tony, I'm talking about the dinosaurs and so forth. But just being a steward of some of those characters and stories. And then it really occurred to me in the past couple of years, again, I mentioned having kids a lot later in life. So we would take them to Universal, for example, and they would go see the Day in the Park with Barney show, which I wrote when I was 24. So you have to picture what it was like, and this gets back to reassurance and returning to things that have endured for decades in some cases. And it was really mind-blowing to sit watching the Barney show, and one moment I'm literally having a flashback to when I would literally remember writing a certain line of dialogue or deciding this song would go well here. And then in the next moment I'm looking down at my kids singing and dancing and clapping along to the show, and that was absolutely surreal. And that's what we're privileged to do. We're able to somehow contribute to making those moments for people that they'll literally remember forever. So getting to contribute a verse is what I would hope I'd be remembered for, if anything. And being a good husband and father, since my wife is
I don't know.
That's first. Then the crap about the powerful play, and then.
When we were talking about Figment, and I think back to, that moment sitting on the couch watching the TV, and the word Figment popped up on the screen. And I brought it in, and I electrified a whole group of people because I carried that word from my television set to there. And so much of it is like that. It's like John Williams is regarded as one of the greatest composers of all time, Harry Potter, and was it Jurassic? Yeah. And as well as Superman, Jaws, and gosh, everything that we have grown up with in the last 30 years. And but he doesn't do it alone. I mean, if the images weren't there on the screen to inspire him, and the orchestra didn't have 80 people in there that each do something that he can't do, playing each of these instruments. He knows how I can bring that sound together with this sound. I think that's where what I found myself falling into as I stopped drawing and painting and building models. I realized that my role is one of bringing the right people together so that I could step back and know that Tom Morris and Eddie Sato and Tim Delaney, they're going to do such a great job that I can focus on things that are not, going to use up all my time trying to solve these problems. And so it means finding like an orchestra of 80 people that, they come into a room and then John stands up there and then they all play this. How does that happen? That's, I don't know how that, it's not anything I understand, that they don't know one another. They've come from whatever houses and they just open their instruments and they all start playing beautiful material. And so I think what we do is we're all involved in that, and you kind of see the end of it, and some of our names become more known than others, but it couldn't possibly happen if you didn't build these incredible linkages with all the opportunities of meeting people and bringing them in. And I was talking about Michel Denduc, who did the Frozen ride down here. I found him at a theme park, Efteling in Holland, which is spectacular. And Michelle is now working with us. And to watch him, come from under my wings when we started on the Fantasy Fair, and now he's out doing projects all around the world for Disney. And there's just an excitement in that, Walt Disney did the same for me. And I never met him on a professional basis, but on TV, he shared with me all these things that became the rules that I took under my wings, and then all of his disciples that were there when I got there tutored me in going forward. So I think that we're all in a continuum, that offers endless possibilities and depends on a corporate artistic whole and not an individual thing. It's literally something that comes out of a big conglomerate, that is. The way art has always been, pretty much, has been a commodity, whether it was for religion in the early times or in commercial enterprise now. But personal art is something very different than the communal art that we dwell with. It has to work for everybody, and therefore it has to be created by a grand group.
Well, gentlemen, thank you so much for your time and sharing, your answers, your expertise with us. And on behalf of our Dis Unplugged family, I would like to thank you for your work in continuing Walt and Roy's legacy and for creating magical moments and memories for us, and also giving us those sparks of imagination through your work that for us to incorporate into our lives. So, ladies and gentlemen, Tony Baxter and Jason Sorrell, thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much.
What do you want?
I'm going to be right on here. Let's go over to this side.
They wouldn't let me talk to Tony.
Just need a couple seconds to switch up. Corey, where are you at?
I went to your lectures at Magic Kingdom. We did Haunted Mansion. We did lunch at the Tavern. A bunch of years ago. What happened to you?
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna. I want to wrap stuff up.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that.
Whoever wants to sit, come one seat over.
Okay, y'all, we're obviously going a
Not
little
allowed
bit
to
longer.
sit where I
Give us
want.
a second to
Get out of my
start
sight.
fixing these shots.
Did anything happen while we were gone? Anything big happen?
I'm just wondering.
Stephen, do we have a final number?
He's running around.
Where's Rhino at?
I don't know if he can hear me. Stephen, if we have a final number, would love to tell folks. But this was ridiculous.
Well, Pete, it's not a final number yet. We still got some raffles going on. So
Yeah, I'm just talking about for where we are right
for the
now.
auction, yep.
That's basically what I want to know. But here we go.
This is what I want.
Wait. Hey, I'm in the splash zone. That's unfair.
Wait, we did. Oh my lord!
It's a one,
It's
but
so misshapen.
It looks good. It's gonna look good.
Are you doing the
I needed
Nike
it
swoosh?
cut anyway.
It's gonna be just fine.
I made the commitment on the last marathon that if we reached a certain dollar amount on something that I would get my head shaved, and then I didn't. So I am honoring that commitment now. Better late than never. My head is being shaved by a straight man. I don't know.
The battery died.
Oh, man.
So did your career.
I was waiting for that one.
What is it?
$220,000. That's awesome. Well, that is
Because a lot of
certainly-
you folks, Stephen is telling me, a lot of folks are making extra donations at checkout. It's driving up the number. I came into this saying I wanted $225,000. That would be a great number to hit, and we are going to do it. We
More
are
than do
going
it.
to do it.
And that is a record for any event we've ever held.
Of all the things that could be done to my person during a show.
Well, we're lucky. We're lucky.
It's a one.
I don't know what he's doing back there,
Well,
but
I
I'm
don't-
starting to
I
get.
don't wanna miss any
I'm starting to get worried.
Do the barber thing. Push his head forward.
Oh yeah, can you look down?
You got to put your head
No,
forward.
I cannot look down for you. You wanted to do this.
You look like Lex Luthor or something. What the?
Kevin's next.
Yeah, no, that's not happening. No.
Like hell. Not for 225 more.
You want to see how fast that car can go?
I think we're good.
No, what's that thing sitting on top?
Well, that's.
You got to
No,
do
he's
it
got
back
some tall
here.
stuff on
You got
top.
to clean this up, Corey.
Well, you know the lighting in here isn't.
Oh
meant
yeah,
to
it's the
act-
lighting.
Do you remember that thing when you were a kid? It was a face and you had a magnet and put little magnetic shavings on.
Oh, and then you shake it.
Right, and then you gave him a beard or a mustache.
Great.
Let Teresa do it. Teresa's going to do a better job.
Have you done?
Teresa, go for the eyebrows.
I'll cut a bitch.
Well, how do you start it? How's it work? How'd I do? Great job.
Oh great, how does it work? And now she's.
Do y'all remember in the color purple?
Uh-oh. This isn't good.
Yeah. Tilt your head back. What is this shit?
No, you missed the spot right here. Teresa, you missed the spot.
Oh, it's like a little cube.
I think it's.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah, come up there.
It's so shiny.
By all means, move at a glacial pace. You know how that thrills me.
You gotta hold your head down. I think it looks There we go. There we go.
Now, Pete.
There we go.
You ready?
You want a second opinion?
I think it's good.
I can't hear
We'll
what they're
clean it up
saying.
after.
Yeah, we'll clean it up afterwards.
Now do this. $1 million.
Really? Is it that? Oh my God.
That's good job.
I may not always keep my promises immediately, but I always keep my promises. So this is a hell of a way to end the day and end the show.
Yeah, that's a load off.
Did you bring a hat?
Your head.
No,
Okay, cool.
no, I didn't bring a hat.
So look, you're going for it.
If I need a hat, you're fired.
Okay. No, you don't. It looks good. It looks good.
You grab the clippers.
I know.
I think the goatee balances it out, to be honest.
Okay, we'll do critique later. Can I wrap this show, please?
Post-mortem.
I just want to thank everybody. I want to thank everybody who's here, been participating in this weekend. I'm really looking forward to the party tomorrow night over in Galaxy's Edge. To you folks at home, thank you so much for staying with us today and for your incredible generosity in this auction, helping us raise so far over $220,000. Still, the raffles for 2 staterooms on the Diz Unplugged podcast cruise, May 16th through the 20th of next year. And, of course, an Adventures by Disney Backstage Magic donated by Sean Falk are still going on. They will those raffles will still be available for sale until the start of our party tomorrow night, which I believe is 8 o'clock. And the winners will be drawn on Monday, and we will announce it on Monday. So, folks, thanks so much. I really appreciate you guys. I love you. Have a good night. And remember, stay out of the damn lakes. Take care.